So, let's get started. The last time we met, the Crown Collectors had made a speedy exodus away from Brackenshire with the Black Guard hot on their heels, and decided to pursue a story about a possible dragon lair somewhere in the west in the swamps of Brackenshire. And shortly after arriving in the immediate area, realized that it was not going to be as inviting as they... I guess you wouldn't assume a swamp would be inviting, but it turned out to be a little less so, as the town of Rathburn, nestled smack in the middle of the called Stix swamp, proved to be a miserable place indeed. Shortly after finding the tavern that was recommended to them by Jen, their man in the syndicate, Crown Collectors ordered a drink, played a little music, and before I had any time to enjoy anything, were accosted by a large ogre and his small crew of thugs. Well, the party had been through a lot, and the wizard of the group had just about enough of being pushed around and decided not to mince words or waste any time, and blasted the ogre in the face, kicking off an encounter with these thugs that didn't last very long at all. Thankful for dispensing with the riffraff, the bartender Bartok decided to buy you drinks and thank you for your service in ridding his tavern of the miscreants. After disposing of the bodies and cutting the hands off of the ogre, you settled back into your seats, and that is where we're going to pick up. So, you stand there at the bar, at a table, and the last thing you remember hearing was Bartok listening to your tale of wanting to find this suspected dragon's lair, and while he didn't know exactly where that was, he might have an idea who could point you in the right direction.
So, as I said, if you are looking for a dragon in the area, the only person I know possibly give you any insight as to who they are or where they are is the Bogmother.
All right. Now, I'm looking at the crude map that we took at our last session.
Uh-huh.
And I don't see the image itself, but I am looking at it and I see where there is a skull and crossbones up north of Rathburn. And I look at Bartok and it's like, any idea where we may find this Bogmother?
Oh, are you showing him the map?
Yes.
Ah.
Like on
well,
this.
That's a pretty crudely drawn map. I think that could be where she's from, or... I mean, she lives on an island in the middle of the lake up north, a few miles out of town. That could be her, that could be something else, I don't know. Do you happen to know who wrote the map? Could you ask them?
Unfortunately not. We happened upon it in our travels here.
Ah. Oh, too bad.
All right, gentlemen, shall we take a table and discuss our next steps?
Sounds fine with me.
All right.
Olivia and Koza both agree.
Okay.
You don't know.
Hey, let's get it done. Why not?
Gentlemen, for first off, I am not Kravish. From here on out, you shall know me as S1.13. You may call me Sazaros.
Okay,
Lazaros. Can you do me a favor, Corey, and just type that out in the chat, because
Sure.
I don't know that I'm going to pronounce that properly unless I see it.
Hey, Essie. Nice to meet you.
Aha.
Sazaros. Okay.
Saziros. Cool. So, this is Koza speaking. So you're choosing to shed your name. Are you also choosing to shed your profession?
No, my profession. I mean, I can do whatever I need to do, to be honest with you, but I enjoy what I do so much, it would be so hard to give it up.
I also enjoy what we do. Are you hiring?
But Atkia, you work with us.
For a time being, maybe.
Are you thinking of leaving?
Well, let's just say I don't like getting eaten by dragons, so if we do go looking for one, I'll be there for as long as I think it's safe.
I'll keep you safe.
Right, that is incredibly reassuring.
Well, listen, guys, ever since we came here, you know I'm a druid. It's pretty obvious from the way I dress and the spells that I use that I have a pretty strong connection to nature, and I gotta tell you, this place, this whole town, this whole area, it just feels wrong, feels off. Does anyone else feel that?
I'm
Yeah, it
feeling
definitely
off
gives
since I woke
off
up.
creepy
Yeah.
vibes.
I've never felt
Whoa!
more at home.
What?
Is that Dewey?
I think there's creepy vibes here.
Oh, yes, definitely. This is not a place to, spend a vacation.
Well, I think we're just passing through anyway, so we want to stay here for long.
I don't know, I get the feeling that it's not just this town. That this whole area is, I don't know, cursed or diseased in some way, and it rubs me the wrong way. If you will permit me, I would like to spend some time tomorrow on my own in the wilds, communing with nature. Maybe get a read on what's happened, why it's like this. Would that be all right with you all?
Very well, you may take your leave as you need to.
I think it'll help. I think it'll give me some insight on what we're facing. Because if there is a dragon here, it's gotta be related. And he just kind of leans back in his chair and just sort of, he's got a tankard of ale. He doesn't drink it. He just sort of spins it in his hand a little bit. Kind of looks around. Koza does not feel, he doesn't look comfortable. No matter how he sits, he just keeps looking around over his shoulder like he's expecting someone to come through the door.
Would any of us have any insight or knowledge? Like, would there be any connection between a possible dragon's lair and the vibe the land is giving off to him?
Go ahead and give me a history check. Anybody who's, because Koza's kind of stirring up some feelings in everybody and some vibes. So anybody who wishes to make a history check can go ahead and do that.
well for Axton and myself.
Mm-hmm.
While they're all thinking about this, Atgear just starts flipping through the tavern book again. Let me consult my sources here.
Well, with those low rolls, it seems like you guys actually don't know anything about any dragon in this area. As a matter of fact, none of you have actually been this far north of the Emperor's Highway. So the fact that the town of Rathburn exists is actually kind of news to most of you.
Definitely news to
Axton,
me. Like, this place wasn't even existing like when I was around, when I was living.
Hey, so there's probably no dragon then. Obviously, if there was a dragon, we would have heard about it. He's Russian.
Would have heard about it.
Duh, this is science. This is science facts. I am understanding this. Right, so should we go try and maybe find someone a bit more knowledgeable about this area?
well, Atgeir, I think the bartender told us we should go to the Bogmother.
Right, but with a name like Bogmother, it's incredibly disconcerting, isn't it?
And at this point, Bartok, who's over at the bar, he's kind of wiping the blood and spilled drinks from the bar with a rag, and he's just like,
Yes, she is quite a character. There are some who go to her for help, but there are some who go to her and never return. Mostly the ones who show up on her steps that don't come back are the ones that don't show her the proper respect. She's very old, you see. But if and you're gonna go see Drelka, as she's known,
Drelka?
you're gonna need a boat.
Drelka, Drelka.
Okay.
You're gonna need a boat. As I said, she lives on an island, way out in the middle of the lake. You can stay here tonight.
Let me
In the
guess, you
morning-
have boat for rent.
No. I don't have a boat, but in the morning I'll call on someone I know who's got a fishing boat. You pay him, he might even let you use it, but I'll warn you, he's a little weird.
Do you realize how very little that kind of narrows things down with the day we've had today?
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. At this point, Olivia is just kind of looking at Atgeir, kind of a sideways glance, and watching him drink. Atgeir, I'm afraid we all have to have a hard conversation with you.
You don't have to. You could just not have it. Trust me,
No.
doing nothing is much easier.
Yeah, you're
No.
right. But that blade you carry, the one you got from the wizard's vault,
Right?
it's. I think there's something wrong with it, and it's sort of bleeding onto you. In a way.
That doesn't make any sense.
Accurate. We all saw what we saw.
All of it. I just quickly failed trying to lie. Right, so it tells me to kill people now and then. What's the big deal with that? It mostly tells me to kill people I want to kill anyway. Except for Axton Woodmanbloom, who I would never harm a hair on the head of.
Well, that's good to know.
Wait, it told you to kill Axton?
It tells me to kill most things. It's a very thirsty blade.
Yeah, that's sort of what we meant. Just a minute ago when we were fighting the ogre, your eyes went black. Did you know that?
Right, well, I can't see my own eyes now, can I? Look, I'm sure it's fine. It'll pass. Like a head cold or a hangover. Sometimes you just need the hair of a dog. Or in this case, I just need to murder more things with this shiny, shiny blade. I don't understand why this is so complicated.
Like the innocents back in Brackenshire?
I don't know what you're talking about. First off, none of those guards were innocent.
I'm not talking about the guards.
I have no recollection of me murdering an innocent man in an alleyway and then hiding his body.
Uh-huh.
No.
Wait, what did you say?
It rings no bells to this one.
I think we all would feel better if you had take a look at it. You really study it, and let him look at it and see what properties it's giving you. Just so then we know what we're dealing with, because right now, I feel a little uncomfortable with you carrying that around if it's going to make you kill innocent people, because I'm not okay with that.
Right, well, depending on your own philosophy, innocence is rather subjective, isn't it? No, just me? Fine.
Well, how about this? I'll buy it off.
Right, okay.
I'll give you 700 gold and 94 platinum.
Wow, that's very generous of you, Axel.
My word.
Oh my god. Is Akira able to give away the blade? I'm actually not sure how this works.
Are you considering it?
Yeah, sure.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Do I get any bonuses due to his inherent and unbridled greed?
No.
Okay. Yeah. I know that sounds like a lot of money, but I can't even count that, hey.
Atgeir, what would it cost you to put it on the table and let at least look at it?
Right, you can look at it all you want. It's a beautiful, beautiful weapon. Just don't try and take it. And he's gonna take it, he's gonna set it down. Sort of.
Okay.
Look at that craftsmanship.
Yuno's gonna pull
Let's
out his
see here.
wand of identify kind of discreetly and just kind of point it at the sword.
Okay, go ahead and make a sleight of hand. Are you trying to do it stealthily,
Yeah.
Yeah, make a sleight of hand.
You can do it. Save me, Yuno.
7.
7. Yeah, Atgeir, you notice kind of pulling out his wand and pointing it at your sword, and that makes you extremely nervous.
I am extremely nervous.
And in your head, you hear a familiar voice, and it says, "Too many questions.
I
Tell
agree.
them to stop."
Right. The incredibly friendly blade that's only just a blade would like you to stop asking questions. There's too many of them. So maybe, everyone just shut up for a second. There, I got you.
Atgeir, why don't you come with me up to the bar and let's get a tankard of their finest.
See, now you're talking wisdom. And he takes the scimitar, puts it back in the scabbard, and goes up to the bar.
Okay, Olivia is going to try to steal it.
Alrighty.
Ooh. Not great.
And
Just slaps the hand out of the. She grabs the hilt, pulls it, and it's just a duplicate hilt. That's not actually where you put the sword. She's like, what? Just feathers.
Do not miss a game. This is consistently proving itself to be not a phenomenon. Do not miss a game.
Yeah. Can I say something? While he's attempting this, while we're talking, I'm going to try to cast Enthrall on him.
Okay.
Alright, go on.
Yeah. So, are you casting that because I'm role-playing Olivia and I want to do something? I'm feeling morally conflicted about this, but would you have done that when you brought Atgeir up to the bar?
Yes.
Then I'm going to roll with advantage.
You even
Well, first thing, Atgeir has to make his. Does he have to
Yep.
Is it wisdom?
Mhm.
You have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, so close.
Okay.
Alright, well, in that case, if he enthralled me, then I wouldn't have even been able to pick up the sword in the first place, right?
Well, that's just a distraction. Enthrall is just because we ran into this when he enthralled the Dragonborns.
Dragonborn,
that
it's
just
not
a.
like charm. It's not like charm.
He's got to make it. He's got to make a. Adkir, you have to make a.
Oh, I failed it.
A perception check at disadvantage
Oh, okay, got it.
to
Perception
notice
check.
somebody going for.
Okie doke. Perception at disadvantage. Button click. 15.
Yeah, it's still beat. It's still beat Olivia's sleight of hand. Yeah, Adkir's got a real firm grip on that scimitar, and nobody, especially Olivia, trying really, really hard with the being helped by. I guess I should start using your new name. Saziros. 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 It's just not happening. Adkir has a firm grip on this scimitar's handle.
Right, before things get out of hand, because I've seen this moon-eyed look on a few occasions now. Allow me to implore you to not let things get out of hand. Because things are about to get out of hand. Not because I am a violent man possessed by a bloodthirsty blade. That is a completely different situation. The main issue that I have here is that you are getting progressively more aggressive in your attempts to take the blade away. So, before things...
We are not trying to rob you.
Right, literally she just grabbed at my blade.
Well, I am not trying to
Right,
rob
obviously you're perfect. I've never seen a more beautiful and trustworthy person in my life, Sazi. You're amazing. I'm just hoping that you understand that I really like this knife, and I don't want to give it up, and I don't want it to come between us. So if you keep trying and failing hilariously to separate me from this weapon, it's going to lead us to a situation that none of us wants to be in. We are the crown collectors. I have my problems, I'll handle them, I'll carry that weight. You just do your own thing.
Alright, Ati. We just don't want to see anything bad happen to you.
Right, and
We
I
don't
don't
want to
want
see you
this
hurt.
blade to make me try and murder any one of you. So, let's just have a tankard, go find the Bogmother Drelka, and maybe or maybe not collect a crown. Just go back to the
Right.
way things were.
About this time, Olivia gives a sideways glance at Sazero.
Fireball.
And let me see here what they can do. Oops, wrong one. Oh, that's just through his familiar. Okay. Yeah, Saziros, Olivia kind of looks at you as you're sort of patting Adkir on the back and trying to calm him down, and just kind of gives you a nod. Go ahead and make an insight check.
All right. 23.
Okay. You're pretty good at reading body language and reading expressions of people. You've been studying people your whole life. You're a people watcher. You learn more about somebody after 2 seconds of speaking to them than most people would knowing someone their whole life. And what Olivia just communicated to you that you completely picked up on was that Olivia wants to steal that blade, and he wants your help to do it.
All right.
But you see, Olivia, you kind of give like a very subtle nod and an acknowledgement, but Olivia then gives you a look and waves her hand like, not now, not now.
All right. So I'll just give kind of an imperceptible little dip of understanding.
Okay. That comes across.
Well, I'm glad that's been settled. Now we can all be one great big happy murderous family. So, thank you for the ale. Where are we going now? And he's gonna definitely like make sure that sword is very firmly snug in his scabbard.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your hand on it. It's not going anywhere, clearly.
How did it get there?
Well, as far as lodging, you guys, it is entering the evening hour. You do notice a set of stairs leading up in the place you're in, and the night is yours. So whether you want to explore more of the town, spend some money, meet some people, bed down for the night, the choice is yours. What would you like to do?
Well, I don't know about you, but this town kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'd rather not be spending a lot of time exploring around here.
I, on the other hand, would like to just take a look around town, see if there's any interesting places, shops, herbs, locations, anything I can find, really.
Okay. Would anybody like to accompany Axton, or is he going to go off on his own?
I'll go with Axton. Now I'm gonna like change into like just kind of my least flashy like robes and stuff. So one of the sets that I got from like Dias Mordarin, just like a plain
Imperial Light.
Just a plain, kind of like almost traveling, kind of like not wizardy like robes, but just kind of like a plain like traveling cloak almost.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you aside from your spells, you had what, a spell splitting robe? Is that your newest raiment that you've been wearing?
Yep.
Yeah. They're real. The robes you were wearing into this place are real refined. Just a deep black velvet outerwear with blue trim and gold and silver buttons with some silver filigreed on the collar and the shoulder lapels. I mean, it was just very flashy robe. What you're wearing now, you blend right in. I mean, you're a little cleaner than most people around here, but that's not going to turn too many faces if you're wearing kind of regular drabbish robes. Someone that's been through the world, you're not covered in dirt and slop, but, you're definitely wearing something that looks well-traveled. All right, so in that case, Atgeir, it looks like Atgeir's going to bed. So Bartok just kind of tosses him a key, and there's a number 3 on it. It's not even really a key. It's like a wooden handle. Like, it looks like you have to stick the handle in the door, and that's the only way it opens. And he kind of toddles off. Koza is actually going to take his leave and kind of follow his nose. You see him kind of sniffing the air, and with a kind of a disgruntled look on his face, he just kind of wanders out of the tavern. He's not like taking off in a specific direction. He's just sort of wandering out, looking around. He just kind of disappears into the night. Olivia's gonna kind of hang out at the bar and continue drinking. You notice that she kind of keeps her gaze on the stairs that Atgeir went up. And as far as you know in Axton, why don't you guys give me either an individual investigation or one of you with advantage?
I'll give you advantage.
Okay, give me 1 sec here. 9 plus 8, 17. Oh, hold on. Nope. I gotta roll again. Haha. 13 plus 21.
Okay. So, with a 21, I'm going to say you pretty much find not whatever you want. This is a small village, but what you were looking for, like a alchemist or an herbalist?
Yeah, anything that like could possibly like sell herbs, or any place that could maybe hold like fruit-bearing trees. Things that I can help replenish a garden.
In a
Okay.
swamp.
Yeah, you don't find any fruit-bearing trees in
No,
Rathburn.
I wasn't sure if
And,
just like the berry bushes or anything like that.
Nope. Actually, even with that high of a roll, you don't find any greenery.
That's weird.
Within the town of Rathburn. Now, I found this absolutely beautiful image that I want to show you guys. I showed you a picture of what Rathburn could look like already, but I found this and I just have to share it because it's just awesome. This is pretty much in the chat what you're working with.
Okay.
Everything, and you weren't here last week, so I'll kind of describe and you're also kind of walking around and getting a better look at the place. It is a village. It's a small village. It has several interconnecting, very slow moving, kind of stagnant, festering streams of just muddy water that kind of move through, and underneath this village that looks like it's built on 3 or 4 foot tall stilts. There are places like the Rusty Cup where you are, where the land is high enough where the structure doesn't have to be built on stilts. But most of the buildings in Rathburn are connected by footbridges and planks of wood that are just sort of slapped on top of the mud and the sick of this place. There are a few kind of reeds growing through the muck, and a little bit of that kind of brown tall grass that you see in swamps. A lot of ivy and moss hanging off the rooftops of these buildings, but as far as fruit-bearing trees and bushes, like that's for warmer, drier climates than what you find here.
Okay,
You do, however, find just after a little bit of asking, you do get a lot of rude glances and brush-offs and cold shoulders. It seems like the way you're dressed, people perhaps perceive you as someone of authority. You don't see anyone else in the entire place dressed in full plate. And you do catch a couple of perhaps envious, leering stares from people that are just kind of eyeing your armor. Actually, Axton, give me an insight check. Wow, 21. That's really good. Yeah, you're pretty sure that there's a couple of cloaked figures that seem to be following you from place to place, and you get the sense that they might want to steal your armor. They might want to rob you. They're not real close. They're about 40, 50 feet away, but you just keep seeing them. It's a female, could be elf, could be human, and a male who looks like he is definitely a tiefling because he's got red skin and his hood has 2 horns protruding through holes in the top that sort of sweep up and away. And they're just kind of keeping pace
see any
with
of this?
Make a perception check.
Perception.
19. Okay,
19? Yeah. I mean, they're staying far enough away that you guys, I guess, don't see them as a threat, but it's like you guys have been to like a quarter of the town, walking around, kind of chit-chatting with each other, and every now and then you glance over your shoulder and it's the same 2 people. It's like, could they be going in the same direction as you? Possibly. Are they definitely looking at you guys? Yeah, definitely. But
I was gonna cast prestidigitation, and I'm just gonna make my hand kind of like crackle with not energy, because it's not really like a real spell, but like kind of like swirling light that looks, kind of like magic-y. I want to make the most magic-y kind of warning sign that I can kind of create.
Roll an intimidation check.
Oh shit.
I like where this is going.
7.
So, with a 7, your swirling, crackling, like mini tornado of light just sort of appears in your hand, and you just kind of sit there for a moment, and you see the female look up at you, tilt her head, and she raises her hand and mimics the swirling light, kind of gives you a wink, and puts her hand down, and the two of them give you one last look and turn away and disappear into the crowd. And you get the sense that she was kind of saying, "Yeah, nice trick. I can do that too."
I think Axton, it's time to head back.
I agree. Maybe I should start walking around with a cloak or something to cover this up.
You do pass, on your way back to the bar, you pass by what looks like a pair of crossed wheat stalks on a sign that's just sort of swinging.
Mm-hmm.
And underneath is what looks like some semblance of a drawn cauldron.
I'll go in, take a look. Might as well.
Okay, you duck in, and it's a small space. You're kind of a tall guy, so your head just immediately bumps on the threshold of the building. But you are hit with a wave of effervescent herbs and spices. Also, tones of like earthy mushrooms kind of enter your nostrils, and you have like this flashback of home. Of growth and gardening and things being sown and earth being tilled, and it's weird. You didn't expect to have a memory of your home walking in here, but you're hit with this comforting feeling of it's almost like you expect to turn a corner and see a member of your family bringing out a pie freshly baked, but instead standing there is a small man. Gray hair, kind of a red burlap tattered cloak over his shoulders, and he looks like he's crushing some kind of medicinal-like substance in a mortar and pestle. He just kind of looks up, and he's got kind of a sallowed, pale, jaundiced face. His eyes are a little saggy, and he just sort of looks up, and he's like, hello? Something you're here for? Come in.
Okay. I'm just looking to see what you would recommend for some fellow adventurers planning on going into the swamps. I'm not sure if there's any type of like anti-venoms that we need, or any type of potions that you might have that might assist us.
Well, the insects in the swamps of the Stix are rather harassing. I can offer you some topical ointments, a salve. Would you be interested in a potion that can negate a poison or venom?
Sure, depending on how much it is.
Well, it's made from all natural, no magical properties in any of the items on my shop. I'm not much of a practitioner of the arcane arts. As you can clearly see, I'm much more of a naturalist. And he produces this brown bottle with just like a clear looking liquid. It's hard to tell what color it is as it's in a brown bottle. And he kind of puts it in front of you and he uncorks it, and then he grabs the what appears to be a scorpion sitting in a small glass bowl on top of his front bench. And he takes the scorpion and he says, "Watch how the potion reacts to the stinger's venom." And he just sort of takes the stinger and squeezes the tip, and a little drop comes out. And on his wood desk is just the very, very faintest puff of smoke as it strikes the wood of the desk. Then he takes a little glass dropper and pulls a drop of the potion out and settles it right on the drop of poison, and you notice that it spreads out over it, and that sizzling stops immediately. And he just puts the scorpion back in the bowl, corks the bottle, and he says, 25 gold, and that will neutralize 1 poisoning or envenoming from a creature of the swamps.
Okay, I'll take that.
Now, I only have the one of that, but I do have several. Let me see here. And he just sort of like, his shop is kind of a mess. Like there's shelves of organized herbs and spices in little bowls and packages, but mostly everything is sort of crammed into corners and overstuffed crates with and there's like hanging dried spices and herbs from the rafters. He's like, I do have some medicinal herbs here. Yes, and he pulls out a package wrapped in brown paper, and he sort of pulls the string on it, and you see there are about 10 bundles of this kind of a nutty, dried, yellow, incense-looking plant, and there's like 10 of these bundles. And he says, if you were to steep these in tea and drink it, it would, in theory, replicate the effects of a healing potion. It would require some time to make, but these, being in their raw form, would only be 5 gold apiece.
Okay, I'll take those as well. What type of plant is it that that makes this? Like, does it grow locally around here, or?
I do have a garden in the back that I grow these, and it takes roughly 2 to 3 months to cultivate enough plant material to create 1 potion. But yes, this is the everberry plant. It grows mostly. I have to keep them a little drier than the other spices that I grow here, but they do tend to grow mostly far to the west. I suppose more towards the capital along the mountain ridge line.
Okay, you wouldn't happen to have like any extra like saplings or nippings that I could have, so that way I could maybe grow some when I get back home?
Are you a gardener?
Look into me.
Really? Well, if your friend does not mind waiting, I would love to show you my garden.
Might have to wait another time. We're about to go into the swamps.
Oh. Right, well, tell you what, I'll sell you a sapling. I've got about 6 or 7 plants that I plan on splitting and cloning later on in the month, but I suppose I could sell you one of the saplings for, we'll say, 10 gold?
Sure, that'll do.
Alright, yeah, he disappears into the back, and the longer that you're here, Axton, the more intrigued you are becoming with everything that's in here. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of different kinds of spices and herbs hanging from the ceiling, some of which you recognize. You recognize the Wistia plant, something that's used to cure blindness. You recognize the red herbia that is often used in treating bruises or good for like swelling, and you just can't believe that a place like this exists in a place like this. But he returns, and he's got a what looks like a. Now the plants that you bought are yellow and dusty and shriveled. The one that he brings to you looks kind of similar to the plants that you just purchased, although it's green. It's about 1.5 feet long. And where the buds of the plant had shriveled into these little, like, shrink-wrapped plastic, melted plastic-looking bunches, you actually see these blooming, these tiny, tiny, tiny clusters of, like, 3 dozen tiny little pink flowers. And they smell amazing. And you can just imagine what a field of these flowers would smell like.
Mhm.
And he just sort of takes everything and wraps it up in brown paper and ties it with a piece of twine and takes your gold, which that was 10 for the plant, 25 for the potion, and what did I say for the plants themselves?
I think you said 5 gold each.
Yep. So that's 50 gold for the lot, or 50 gold for the bundle, because there was 10 of them. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
What was the name of that sapling again?
It was 10 for the sapling.
Not how much. What was the name of it?
Oh, it's the everberry plant.
Okay, that'll be all. Thank you very much.
If you ever come back, make sure you ask for Salazar Blackwell. And it was very good doing business with you. And he's kind of trying to talk to you as you leave. He maybe seems a little lonely. But make sure you come back.
I'll be back.
Have a good night. Have a good night. They were nice. And he just sort of goes back into his. You see him disappear into his shop.
Thanks for waiting.
Oh, no problem. Better if we go back together than separate, especially with, kind of the dodginess of the town here.
Okay, well, let's head on back. I got what I came for.
As you round a corner, you're met instantly with what appears to be the guy that was looking at you. The female is not there, and he's just kind of leaning against a wall on a walkway. And there's room for you to walk by him. He's not blocking you, but he's definitely in your way. And he just has his arms crossed. He's got a reed sticking out of his mouth, chewing on it. And he just says, "It's a nice set of armor you got there."
Thanks. I took it off someone much stronger than yourself.
Is that so? How much you want for it?
1,500.
1,500 gold. What about that helmet? It don't look like it belongs. What do you think, Yara? And your peripheral vision kicks in and you can hear behind you. I don't think that's worth 1,500. What do you think, Dags? I think he's putting us on. I think he wants a lot less for it.
I throw a javelin at the mage.
You what?
I throw a javelin at the mage.
Okay, make an attack roll.
Man, this group just has 0 Fs to give.
Wasn't paying attention. Now we're in a fight. Shit.
Well, this is a fight instigated by Axton for sure. And yeah, that hit definitely hits.
All right. Well, I see Axton hucking a javelin, so I guess. Where are the Where are these guys?
They're surrounding you at this point. Hold on, I gotta make a wisdom save here. That didn't work. Hold on. It didn't work. Well, I'm gonna keep the 5 and an 8. So she actually catches the spear, and you can see it sinks into her shoulder about 3 inches, and she just looks at you, and she looks past you at her companion, and she kind of backs up a couple steps, and her companion goes, all right, we ain't looking for a tussle. We were just inquiring about the armor. No need to get messy." You do what?
Throw another javelin at him.
Okay, now he's sitting there ready for it, so he's going to make a dexterity saving throw. Because he can tell that you are not fucking around. Okay. So go ahead and make instead of a attack roll, go ahead and make a, well, yeah, we'll see, make an attack roll, we'll see if you beat his dex save.
Plus my precision.
Yeah, you kind of throw it, oh, okay, go ahead.
Let's see, where's D8? Yeah. 17.
Yeah, you made it. You equaled it. So we're gonna say, for the sake of narrative, that you chuck your other one at that you pulled out from your, you probably, I imagine you kind of have these in like a bit of a leg holster or something, and just sort of toss it at him, and he grabs it with two of his hands right before it pierces his chest. He says, "All right, big boy, no need to get all foul." And he sort of tosses it to the ground and he goes, "We'll be on our way. It's just we don't see the likes of your kind around here wearing stuff like that. We'll leave you be. Come on,
Leave the
Rob,
other
come on."
javelin as well.
You do what?
I said I leave the other javelin in your partner.
Oh
Toss
yeah,
it back here.
she pulled it out immediately and threw it to the ground.
Perfect.
And she just kind of gives you a sad look, like that was probably a mistake.
Casts prestidigitation and makes fireworks appear.
Yeah, she does. She sees you do it. She doesn't mimic you this time. She just kind of leans. She's holding her shoulder. You can see a little trickle of blood between her fingers, and she's kind of got her arm around her partner, and then just kind of looking at you as they toddle off.
I pick up my javelin.
And yep, you do. One of the both of you make a perception check. Rolling high today.
13.
Okay. So you're a little more preoccupied with watching them leave. Axton, you take a look around and everybody's staring at you. They're not moving towards you or away from you. They're just kind of looking at you as you pick up your javelins and place them in there where would you assume? I said leg holster, but where would you assume you had them?
Leg holster is fine.
Okay, yeah, you're just kind of slipping them, two together in the same holster and just sort of looking around, and everyone just kind of gives you they're not afraid of you, because you get the sense with that kind of a perception that these people have seen fights in the street before. I mean, it's Rathburn. This place is rough. But they're not going to mess with you because you happen to win that particular scuffle. So they're just kind of looking at you, and a couple of them give you the one, the up and down, and you get a nod here, a sneer there, and you guys definitely feel safe to walk back without being bothered again.
Hey, at least they survived. The ogre didn't.
Actually, he did.
I thought he was thrown into the body bin.
No, the orc and the Goliath were thrown into the body bin. The ogre had his hands cut off, quickly healed, and placed next to the bin, which you guys, as you make your way back, because Rathburn's not a big place, it doesn't take you long to walk back, you notice that he's still there.
Okay.
He's laying face down in the mud, snoring heavily, and his hands are bound very loosely with what looked like some kind of burlap, something that Koza could quickly grab and bind the wounds with.
Oh, I'm going to turn in.
Okay.
Well, that's enough chaos and mayhem for one day.
All right. So, let's do something here. Dang. So, all right, yeah. If Saziros and want to do anything for the rest of the night, everyone else seems to be It looks like Olivia has also left the bar and is either upstairs or is wandering town.
Yuno's gonna turn in as well and get a rest in.
Okay.
All right. Well, then I guess I will follow suit.
Yeah.
I hope those weren't supposed to be our guides in the marshes, but oh well.
Funny, you should have mentioned that.
So, in the night, you all find your beds somewhat damp or moist. You're not used to sleeping in these types of environmental conditions. None of you have ever slept in a swamp before, much less a swamp town. There's a thin layer of moisture pretty much on every level, every surface of the room, which you are all in a communal room, by the way. Bartok was kind enough to give you all access to what you could only consider a suite here, which is basically a large room with 3 mats on the floor and 3 beds in between each one. So you guys kind of did a draw of the straws on who got the beds and who got the mats. And the ones who got the beds sit on the mattresses and feel they'd be much better off on the floor. Those on the floor kind of sweeping dirt off the rugs and feeling they'd be much better off on the beds. And you guys kind of work out who's going to sleep where over the period of a few minutes. You can hear the sounds of the swamps outside the window. Just peeper frogs, crickets, bullfrogs, the sounds of crows and vultures in the distance. A very gentle breeze that wafts through the room every so often, buffeting. It's creepy, but also oddly beautiful. You see that Koza has returned, although he is posted up next to the window and just looking out upon the village and upon the forest of the swamps beyond. Just glazed look on his face. And many of you go to sleep with just an unclean, itchy, uneasy feeling. As you sleep, Atgear, you again snap up, awake. Everyone around you is asleep, and you have a very nervous feeling in your bones. You feel like something is waiting for you. And you look around, and once again, out the window, you see a glow. What do you do? Mike, you're muted.
Well, that explains a lot. Atgear is gonna go explore, like basically go up and check the glow. Maybe shut the blinds.
Yeah, you go, and before you go to close the blinds, and you do very feverishly before keeping your eyes closed as you approach the window. In a flop sweat, you throw close the curtains, but this is not a very wealthy establishment. The curtains they're like sheer curtains. You can see right through them, and that glow pulses. And you hear the voice in your head once again. Do not run from me, Atgear. Come to the window. We must talk, you and I.
Hey, well, that seems reliable. I'm gonna go to the window, open up the blinds, open the window, take a look outside.
Just like before, you see the scimitar. It's floating before you. Except this time it's not exactly the same blade. There are hooks that have grown along the spine and towards the tip. The blackening of the blade has deepened almost into a complete, utter darkness. The little curled symbols on the blade towards the crossguard have begun to multiply, and now it seems like in some language you don't understand, there's now an entire phrase burning in this strange glyph-like glowing ember. There is now a roaring, raging gout of fire erupting from the blade, completely illuminating your face. And beyond the blade is that horrid hellscape, a land on fire with skeletons and blackened demonic bodies ripping apart victims and just causing utter hellish mayhem beyond. And it just sits there, and you can feel, though the sword has no eyes, you can feel it staring at you. And it's almost as if the entity within leans in real close to you. You don't need them anymore. You don't need these questioners anymore. What you need is their blood on my blade. Do you understand what I'm saying, Atkia? Do you understand what I want?
Oh, I think it's quite clear.
And you begin to feel yourself grow hungry and thirsty and itchy and achy, almost like you've got the flu but with an insatiable appetite. You look down at your hands, and your fingernails have grown into sharp points. And you can feel with your tongue, your incisor teeth have grown into sharp points as well. Do you feel the hunger, Atkia?
I'm a mite big peckish.
It is a hunger I feel all the time. It must be sated. Go now and sate that lust. And you look down again, and the sword is in your hand. And you look out, and the window is open, but there's no glowing hellscape. There's no sword floating outside. As a matter of fact, you are standing, now fully awake, in front of the window of your room, holding the sword. But as you look at it, you notice that the changes in the sword have remained. There are now small little hooks that have grown along the spine towards the tip. The blade itself is a little darker, a little blacker. The smoke emanating from it a little thicker. It still disappears a few inches away from the blade itself, but it's changed, and you have changed with it, as you notice that your fingernails are still sharp, and your teeth are still pointed. You also notice that your skin looks sickly. Might be the moonlight, but you definitely feel drained a little, hungry and thirsty. What do you do?
I'm gonna open up that tavern book to see if there's any taverns that could help out for this particular thirst, see if any of them seem appetizing.
Sure, make a history check with advantage.
Will do. $18. Wow.
18. I mean, there is a bar in Dane, which is technically the next city to the west. called the Frosty Ale that seems like it could quench your thirst if you were thirsty for ale. But you're not thirsty for ale, Edgear. You're thirsty for something else. Physically thirsty for something else. And the book at this moment doesn't hold your interest. What holds your interest is the exposed neck of Olivia lying in a bed not 4 feet from your feet.
Well, I suppose there's only one thing to do then. And I'm gonna try to not murder Olivia, but actually, just want a taste of the blood. Yeah, no, I got it. I am going to attempt to just get like a little bit of blood from Olivia. A little bit.
And how are you going to do that?
I'll bite her ankle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for that. Actually, I will. I'll make you roll a sleight of hand, even though it's not going to matter in a couple seconds. Okay, yeah, you bite on her ankle, and the blood courses into your mouth immediately, and it tastes awful. It doesn't taste like what you expected at all. You know Olivia's a changeling. You had no idea her blood would taste different than what you've tasted in your own mouth from being punched. And you don't like it. And she immediately wakes up and screams, "Oh! What the hell is that?" And immediately hits you with an E-blast. I mean, out of reaction, E-blasts you.
Got it.
And let me do that. Everybody is awake. Everybody wake up.
Okie dokie.
That's an 18. Does that hit?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't have any armor on, so yeah.
All right. Wow. You take 14 points of force damage.
Bye-bye.
And you are blasted. You are blasted back onto your feet. On your. Are you unconscious?
No, I'm still good.
Okay. Yeah. You get blasted back about 4 feet. Smack the wall. And everybody is awake at this moment. And you see, all of you see Olivia. Her hand glowing green as the Eldritch Blast energy has just left her hand. She instantly starts clutching her ankle. "He bit me! Atgia, what are you doing?"
Clearly, this girl has gone insane. Right, so
I'm sure
I should be the one that's mad here. You taste fucking awful. What are you doing? Walking around with terrible taste in blood.
We see the
why did you
physical
bite me?
changes on him.
Right, it seemed like a good idea. Would you believe
Corey, what'd you say?
I said, do we notice the physical changes on him?
How about, I'd say everybody is very concerned at this point, so how about everybody gives me a perception check? Because you're either looking at Atgear or you're looking at Olivia.
Still waking up.
Right, so
All right, call it out, because I walked away for a moment.
I rolled a natural 1 for a 10.
would you believe that this is an ancient dwarven ritual of friendship?
No.
Do I really need you to roll a deception check?
Right, well, it was worth it.
Okay, so Zero's got a 12. Olivia doesn't have to roll because she's the one who got bit. Yeah, I would say that who else
What
is
about
in
the
the
others?
party?
We got Is Koza still in the room?
Koza. I don't know if his.
By the window.
He's got a really good perception too. I don't know if his character. Oh, it is. His character sheet is online. Right on. Okay, perception. Yeah, Koza's asleep. He just kind of woke up. And whatever
got a
you know.
14.
Okay.
14.
So it looks like Saziros. Yeah, it's dark in here. It's difficult to tell. There's a lot happening really quickly. You're not really paying attention to what he looks like physically. It's not something that was on your mind when you heard the scream. You just know that right now Olivia is holding her ankle, and she just attacked Atgeir, and Atgeir is on the floor about a few feet away, and he is audibly trying to defend himself.
From this crazy woman.
Atgeir, please put your sword on the floor.
The sword is on the floor. Oh wait, no,
Take
it's
your
my hand.
off of it.
Right, I would love to do that, but I've just been attacked. I'm feeling a mite bit defensive. Can he actually put the sword down?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Right, look, I understand you want me to put the sword down so you can kill me easier.
Atgeir, we don't want to kill you.
Right, this woman just e-blasted me in the chest with her crazy witch magic.
Koza is going to
get a torch going, lantern.
I'm gonna try to grapple Atgeir and just pin him down so somebody else can take the sword from him.
Okay, go ahead and give me Atgeir, give me a contested strength save against his
Be that or athletics.
Yeah, athletics. You can do that.
I don't want to. Hey, alright, there we go.
Yeah. Just barely. You're able to grab his arms. Now, are you attempting to wrest the sword from his hands?
No, I'm just gonna pin him. Somebody else take the sword.
Okay. Alright, then that's gonna require a separate strength check. So I'm gonna have Koza walk over and attempt. He doesn't have very good strength, but he's gonna attempt it anyway. That's not bad. Atgeir, give me another athletics check.
I don't want to give it up. Hey, look, I'm not sure why you're all on me. I'm the short one here. I'm the one that's been attacked.
Gag Atgeir.
You gag Atgeir?
Yeah,
With what? You've got him by both hands.
I guess. I can use one hand for him. He's not that strong.
We'll just have to make out a bit, I guess. Just make out.
You gag him with your mouth.
Well, this campaign just took a weird turn.
I always knew it would end like this.
Alright, Olivia is going to attempt to take the sword as well. So we're going to need another... Man, everybody here is strong. Everybody here is weak except for...
Hey,
that's an 18. Give me another one.
Hey, there we go.
Alright, Olivia rips the sword out of your hand, finally. And... Atgeir, for a moment, there is rage in your heart. Murderous intent. You can't move. You don't have use of your hands, but you have use of your tongue and your mouth, as they have not gagged you yet, as nobody stepped up to gag you. It was a good idea.
I'm gonna bite Axton. I'm gonna bite Axton.
Okay. He's got you by the wrists, and he's much taller than you, and which means that his arms are a wider base, so you can lean up to him. But I would say physically the dynamics wouldn't work where you could actually get at him. But I'm gonna have you try anyway, and I'm gonna have you make a unarmed strike at disadvantage.
Joke. No, I'll just roll the dagger thing then, I guess. Disadvantage. It'll say dagger. That's just my face.
Now, without armor, Axton, you are at a 10, correct?
Without armor, yes, I am at a 10.
Okay.
Alright, so this should just be my regular attack, but at disadvantage, right?
Well, it would be just a d20 plus your strength modifier. Well, what do you use for I think you use Dex, don't you? You're a rogue.
Well,
Bite.
it just depends on the weapon I'm
She
using.
does
If it's
strength.
finesse, it's Dex. If it's unarmed, I guess that would be strength, right? 'Cause you
Right.
only
Yeah,
get
it's
to
just
use
add your strength mod with a d20 roll at disadvantage.
+3. 21 and so 16.
Ooh. Yeah. Axton, he takes a big bite out of your shoulder. Go ahead and
big
roll
on back.
a d4.
But how does he taste?
3. You take 3 points of piercing damage. His blood tastes amazing. However, it doesn't taste good for very long. It feels like you just scratched an itch, but then looked at your finger after scratching it, and it's got, crap all over it. Like it's like you satisfied something, but you also did something terrible, and you immediately recoil from what you've just done.
Oh, you're worse than a can of Pringles.
All right, yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for it.
Yeah.
He's restrained. He's grappled. His eyes are wild right now. They're not black like they were last night. But yeah, you take a bed sheet and just sort of shove it into his mouth, and right now, Atgeir is incapacitated. Olivia is standing there with the sword. And she's just looking at it.
Put the sword down. Drop it.
She's not really paying attention to you. She's just looking at the sword. And you hear her say the words, Shadow. Shadow demon.
Take her out.
And she puts it down right away. She snaps out of it and drops the sword. It clatters to the ground, but it doesn't make a typical ting ting sound. It just goes poof, and hits the ground hard. Atgeir, you feel physically ill. As a matter of fact, you turn your head and vomit through the gag all over the place. But the sword is now sitting in the middle of the room. Olivia has completely come back to reality, and she says, "That sword is cursed. I saw what's inside it. It reminds me a lot of my patron. Only it wanted me to kill you all. There's something wrong with that sword. We can't let him have it again. We can't let anyone have it again." And she's just standing there looking at all of you and looking at the sword.
Can you please help give us a little better insight as to what this sword does and how we can dispose of it?
Yuno's gonna cast Identify, and then Yuno has a brilliant plan to give it to the prince and let him turn it in, or not turn it in, because then he will go crazy.
And we'll have a power-hungry, mad vampire prince roaming around the countryside who's got it in for you. Great.
Means we have permission to kill him.
So, after a minute or two, you get this. You kind of your energy wafts off of this wand and surrounds the blade, and you are filled with just darkness. Your eyes, you all see Yuno's eyes go black. Not exactly the same way as Yuno's did last night, but it's in the same vein. And you instantly get a feeling of hunger that something went wrong here. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. You get a hunger that wells inside your stomach. Your throat runs dry, and you look at your hands and you feel like your nails. Why are they so short? They should be much longer and pointy. And you get the feeling like when you're a child and you lose a tooth, that your mouth feels strange because there's supposed to be a tooth there. You get that feeling because your teeth are not pointy like they should be. And you recoil immediately, and your mind fills with the properties of this weapon. It is a +1 to damage and dice rolls, or attack rolls. It also does 2d6 necrotic damage, and it is a cursed sword, in that you do not want to part with it. Any attempts to take it from you, and you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or attack the person that's taking it from you. You also do not... I've been having a running tally on how many times Atgeir has been magically healed, and once you get to 20 times in a row, you die like that. The only way you can heal without it counting against this tally is to drink fresh humanoid blood, which Atgeir has just done. You also, as you look at the sword, you see an ethereal tether, a wispy, gossamer-like string that's sort of trailing off the handle right into Atgeir's chest. Something is connecting Atgeir to the sword, and you also see a very, very, very faint, almost invisible, but you have a very keen intellect and a good observational quality when it comes to magic, that you see a very, very faint string of ethereal wispiness also attached to Olivia, as she was holding it for just a brief second.
Shares this with the party, and then goes, we should probably just not touch this.
Could be like wrap it up in cloth or something.
Yeah, it's like, can we get like a bed sheet and or a stick to pick it up by the guard?
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna say if you use something other than your bare hands or gloved hands, because Atgeir has been wearing gloves this whole time, and it seems to be affecting him still. And I would say that you pick it up and don't feel any strange effects from it, although it does vibrate ever so briefly in your grasp. Just a very brief hum of vibration.
Maybe put this in don't we have a bag of holding?
Yeah, Yuno's gonna use Mage Hand to pick the sword up and kind of just drop it in the bag of holding.
Well, make sure it's still wrapped up so it doesn't pierce the bag.
Wrapped up and bound so that it doesn't fall out of the wrappings.
Yeah, find some sort of oversized sheath for it, and strap it in there.
Get at your belt, wrap it around it. Suffer the indignity of losing your pants in addition to your sword.
Hey, you think I sleep with pants on? You fool.
Alright. I'm not going to make you roll. It's simple enough to do. You wrap it in a bed sheet, and you kind of tie the sheets in a knot. At one point you guys contemplate using a belt, but it seems like it's pretty well secure in there. Nobody has to touch the blade itself or touch the handle. Grasps it with his mage hand, this yellow, translucent energy hand. Grasps it, opens up the bag of holding, and drops it in the bag. As soon as the end of the handle disappears, everybody who is affected by that blade is instantly better. Atgeir, you don't feel sick. Your skin no longer looks sallow. Your nails are returned to normal. As a matter of fact, the elongated, pointy tips of your nails and teeth drop away into dust until your hand looks normal. You don't feel overly hungry or overly thirsty. You don't see Olivia as an enemy or a threat any longer, and you feel like you are taking a breath of free air for the first time in weeks.
Oh. Right, so someone had offered to pay me for this. Yeah?
I bite Edgar.
Ah! Yeah, gotcha!
Yeah, Akir goes, bite me.
Right, so totally even then. Axton Woodman Bloom. I don't know what to say here. He's just sort of scratching his head.
How about you say you're sorry for biting my fucking ankle?
And there will be $100 cure of curse fee.
Hey, well, you know, it seems kind of pro bono since you did it without me seeing any costs up front. Tell you what.
Get the dagger.
That sword is worth 1,000 gold pieces. You can keep it.
I think he wants the dagger back.
Alright.
No, that's fine. You can have it. But, Olivia, I am truly sorry about your ankle. And also, for the fact that your blood tastes fucking terrible.
Well, I don't have human blood, do I?
Well, apparently not. But, in all sincerity, thank you.
Olivia just kind of looks at him and shakes her head and
Wait a
wraps
minute,
her
Akir,
ankle with a piece of
Akir's probably been more like,
I think he lost it when he puked everything up.
Okay.
So,
I forgive you.
That's, right then. This is terribly embarrassing.
Well, that's alright. You have plenty of opportunities to make it up to us.
Now
Don't get
onward
me wrong.
their gear identified.
Yeah, moving forward, I think that might be a good idea.
We'll be sure to remind you of that, too.
Well, come on, chaps. Let's get the rest of our night on and get some rest. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
Hey, also, and he's just gonna go up and just gonna shut the blinds extra tight. See you all in the morning then.
Yeah, Olivia goes to the other side of the room, as far from Atgear as she can. She doesn't look especially distrusting of him, but she just got bit in the ankle, and she's gonna sleep on the other side of the room tonight. And actually, because he can, hold on a minute. Koza's gonna dump a little bit of where's his spells? Oh, he doesn't have any spells listed. Boo! I think he's got Cure Wounds, though. Yep. Yeah, he's gonna dump a Cure Wounds into Atgear, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a D8. Come on now. Yep. So, that's a D8 plus, oops, I didn't mean to do that. That one doesn't count. That one does. Ooh, 5. You get 5 points of healing.
Yay! Did I heal at all when I bit Axton? Just out of curiosity?
No.
Oh.
No, you did not.
I'll cast Healing Word on him as well.
All right.
Well, as I hear Sazario asks us to take watch, I'll definitely take watch. However, I have a proposition for everyone. I no longer want my money. I don't really need anything. So, here's everything I have distributed between all of you guys.
Ooh.
Akir takes another 6 of healing from Healing Word.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yuno's gonna
Between all of you guys.
pass on a share of the gold for now. So you can distribute it between everybody but Axton and Yuno.
Who's the
Oxton.
treasurer who divvies that out?
I will
What,
definitely
what-
take a share.
What brought on this generosity, Axton?
Well, you guys were kind enough to get my armor. I kind of needed it. Also, I don't really want to buy many things in the future. I'm just going to mostly try to find things and or live off the land or just make use of things I find. I'm tired of these possessions and material things.
Right, so you're like swearing an oath of poverty then?
More or less, I am keeping 100 gold for myself. I already have it in my inventory.
Not necessarily an oath of poverty, but a moderately strong suggestion of it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'll hold on to it for safekeeping then. And Axton, don't worry, I'll pay for, your drinks and your rooms, things like that. And Adgear's just gonna scoop up his portion of the coins. So how many people are getting a split?
That's Adgear. Olivia's definitely taken a portion of that. Koza will take some.
Savroff will.
Yeah, so Zeros will. Yuno's passing, and Axton was offering, so that's 4. So
Right.
whatever that is, we'll split that up and just assume it was distributed later.
Okie doke.
Shall we return to bed, chaps?
Great. I could definitely use a rest. Maybe this time I can have dreams that don't involve me murdering each and every one of you in a horrific manner. Ah, good
Sweet
day.
dreams.
Okay. So, who's taking watch?
I'll be taking watch.
I'll take a
Adgear's
watch.
alright.
Why are
Okay.
we taking watch? We're in a
Because Akir just bit Olivia. We want to make double.
Okay, no, I'm just gonna go to sleep then.
All right. So, Axton, go ahead and give me a perception check for your first portion of watch.
I seen that thing.
Yeah, it's we're entering the 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning hour. It's very, very dark. It's very, very still. However, we don't need the creepy music no mo,
Oh, good.
because you see nothing. What you hear, obviously, is the sounds of the swamp, and you do see Atgear stirring in his sleep. You noticed it took him a little longer than the rest of them to actually fall asleep, but once he did, you can see that he's having restless slumber. It's not restful sleep. But after a few hours, goes by without a problem. And you feel yourself nodding off more and more. You're trying to fight it, trying to stay awake to hold watch. But in a room full of sleeping people with nothing to do and nothing to really catch your interest, you find yourself your brain growing bored, and you nod off a couple times. The last time you nod off, you're like, all right, that's it, I got to get some rest. And you kind of nudge Ceziros awake.
All right.
So Ceziros, go ahead and give me a perception check.
All right. Oh, and I'm going to take a bardic inspiration die as well.
Okay.
So 15.
15. All right, not bad. You find this terrain fascinating. The swamps, the smells, the sights, the sounds. You've never ever once in your life been in such a squalid, disgusting environment, and it fascinates you. You have always wanted to write tales of faraway lands, and you can't help but think of interesting ways to describe this place. The thought of fixer-upper comes to mind, and don't knock it till you try it. But you find yourself kind of scanning, because you're up on the second level of this establishment, and being that this place is up on a bit of a hill anyway, as it doesn't need footbridges to get around, you're able to see pretty much the entire town. As nothing in this entire village is higher than 2 stories, so you're able to kind of see everywhere, and there's a certain rare quaintness to it. Now, you didn't encounter the thuggery that and Axton did earlier in the evening. You did hear about it. They did tell you guys about it, but you don't seem to get that from this perspective. It seems like a kind of a quiet, sleepy, hazy, foggy swamp town. And you can't help but sort of tapping your foot and thinking of a tune to kind of bring all of this to the masses once you finally write your epic. But your watch goes by without much trouble. You don't really notice anything happening with Atgeir other than he's kind of every now and then kind of twitching and gasping in his sleep, every once in a while. Looks like he's developing bags under his eyes that he didn't have when you all went to sleep, but everybody else just seems to be kind of doing their little shallow snoring or deep snoring in the case of Koza. But the rest of your night kind of goes without much trouble, and you start to see the sun peek up over the hills far, far to the west. And you start to see morning start to bathe the landscape in a dim blue light that eventually turns to a crimson, orange, pink, purple. And your watch ends without any issue. You can all go ahead and wake up and reset your hit points, your spell slots, things of that nature, as the morning dew begins to form on everything in the room, as there are open windows, and dew just has a way of collecting everywhere around this place. Did I hear somebody say something?
Yeah, Yuno's gonna cast Alarm as a ritual on the window, just to activate his arcane ward.
Good morning, everyone. A new day, new possibilities, new chances to not die.
I'll start donning my armor.
Okay.
Oh, does anybody have an extra cloak that I can use? People kind of didn't really like me walking around in armor yesterday.
I think I have one left over. Actually, I do think I have one left.
Have the puke. The puke rag. No one will mess with you.
I don't want to wear that.
Why not?
Cast Prestidigitation on the puke sheet and cleans it off.
I'm going to say that doesn't work until you pronounce that spell properly.
I agree. I think it's good.
Oh, come on.
How do you say that right?
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation, right? It's like it's
Prestidigitation.
Digitation. What a dumb name.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah. So, okay. The cloak that Atgeir gives you comes to your waist. It's like a half cape almost, and it does not quite wrap around your entire suit of armor because you're kind of like a football player now. You got these big shoulder pads.
True.
So Olivia just kind of looks you up and down and says, Atgeir, that's very nice of you to offer him your cloak, but I think I'm going to have one that fits. I'll be right back. And she disappears down to where Shortcake is tied up and pulls, you see her return with this large gray burlap wool blanket looking square folded piece of fabric. And she unfurls it, and it looks big enough to fit a Goliath.
Nice.
And it's just a wrap that kind of ties in the front under your neck and covers you up. It's got a large hood that when you pull it up, it's pointed at the top a bit with a swept back kind of cowl, and it covers you up just fine. It's actually kind of warm.
I'll wear it.
Yeah, it looks good on you. You should keep it.
I'll add cloak to my inventory.
All right. Yeah. You can hear the morning foot traffic of people hustling and bustling amongst the streets. Not a lot. It's pretty early morning right now. Atgeir, while you may reset your hit points, I need you to add a point of exhaustion.
Oh. Noted. And exhaustion.
You all look at Atgeir, and he looks terrible. Tonight, his fingernails are fine, but he has dark circles under his eyes. His skin.
Come on, Atgeir. Let's get you something to eat. You look like shit.
I don't feel good.
You don't look good either.
Okay, that's unnecessarily rude.
Uses prestidigitation to color Atgeir's cheeks red.
The little perfect circles of red on my cheek.
Little clown circles on his cheeks. No, you get a nice rosy glow on your face. You don't feel anything, but Yuno's not being sly with his movements. You see him kind of wave his hands over your face, and you see everyone kind of look at you and kind of give like a subtle giggle to themselves. Nobody seems interested in cluing you in.
Only lasts an hour.
As you go downstairs, you notice that Koza is not here. And
he was gonna go commune out in the Stix.
Downstairs, as you round the staircase, you hear a familiar voice. Well, good morning to all of you. How did you sleep?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the weird answer to that kind of question, but
Let's just say we've had better sleep.
but no, sorry to hear that.
No slight against the accommodations, Bartok. We thank you very much.
Oh, it's can be a little jarring sleeping away from home sometimes. I know that's how I feel whenever I visit one of the imperial cities. Why don't you come on to the bar? I'll fix you breakfast.
A tall, frosty glass of ale, if you please.
Sure.
5 o'clock
Hope you don't. Sure. And he just lines up 6 glasses or 6 wood tankards and just pours a nice brown breakfast ale into them. And over the course of 10 minutes, he starts. You can hear him cracking eggs onto a cast iron pan and throwing some potatoes and sausages in there. And as he's cooking breakfast, we are going to take a 15-minute break.
Hooray!
Cool.
Okey-doke.
So we will meet back here at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard while your characters tuck into a nice breakfast.
Nom, nom, nom.
All right.
Right.
And we're back. So, you all tuck into a delicious plate of eggs, but you're not exactly sure from what animal. Definitely not chicken eggs. Not gonna lie. I mean, these got some gray yolks and a little runny. They're not bad. They don't taste bad, especially when you kind of dump this home hot sauce that he seems to have put out for you. Bartok, just as an aside, everybody, you know what? Let's make this fun. Make a perception check. I want a perception check from everybody.
Oh yeah.
Cool, 22. Nice. 18. Wow, you guys are alert today.
You know,
Well, we
got a
almost got
9.
murdered by a sword, so.
Let me
You're
roll for a-
exhausted, so yours is at disadvantage.
Yeah, that's... Well, I think he rolled at disadvantage. Nope, he didn't. You gotta roll that again, Edgar. You're at disadvantage right now.
Oh, that's right. The
Exhaustion.
exhaustion.
Meh.
All right then.
Oh, wow. Wow. All right, so Bartok, he's about 7.5 feet tall. Huge bugbear. He's got his back to you. He's sort of scraping eggs and throwing potatoes around. You notice that this bugbear, Bartok, is absolutely jacked. He is so muscular that he barely fits in the kitchen that he's in. Although it looks like everything has been sort of built and made to look like it belongs with him, like he's the right size for it. But the structure itself looks a little too small for him. He's sort of hunched over the grill. He's got a big giant silver hoop in his right earlobe, and with a little kind of bauble dangling from it. You also see that he's wearing what looks like sort of a leather cap that just covers his head down to the base of his skull, with room for his ears to stick out. And as he hands you your plates, he's also got a gold ring in his nose. And he just seems to like you guys a lot. Like everything you guys say to him, he sort of giggles at or agrees with, or and he just kind of once he hands the last person their plate, which happens to be Saziros, he just sort of leans onto the bar, wiping it with his rag, kind of picking at a bowl of potatoes, and just kind of asks you guys, so what is your the whole goal here with this dragon? I mean, you guys really think there's a dragon out here?
We've heard rumors, and so it would be a fine adventure.
Yeah, but I mean, I've heard rumors that there's, gold on the moon. You don't see me trying to build some kind of airtight container shot up there with fire or whatever the future holds.
Wait,
I mean,
are you telling me there's gold on the moon?
oh, I mean, that's what my mother would tell all of us bugbear kids. That there's the gods put gold in the moon, or that there's a giant turtle, and that's where the world sits, is on top of his shell. I mean, these are just these are legends and mythical tales and dragons. But I mean, to actually go after one, I mean, you gotta be crazy.
You're right.
We all just look at Akir.
Right, well, I was the one saying I didn't want to fight a dragon. So, if I am mad, what does that make you like?
It's more foolish the fool or those who follow him.
So, Dragonborn,
Yes.
what's a bard doing out here in the swamp anyway? We don't have bards out here. They don't sing about the Stix. They avoid it. Why aren't you avoiding it?
It's something new. It's something different that I've never experienced before. Sure, our circumstances for coming here were less than desired, but life's still a grand adventure. There's probably an unsung tale or song to be told here. I mean to find it.
So you're gonna write a story about all this someday?
That is my hope. That is my goal.
So it's spelled Bartok.
Got it.
Right. The Rusty Cup. A lot of people call it the Rusty Can because of the body can out there. It's not the same thing.
Gotcha. Thanks.
And what's an Imperial doing out here? I heard that ogre call you Imperial, and you didn't like being called an Imperial, or you are, or what's the deal with you, sir?
I kind of work for the Empire. That's a loose agreement at the current moment here.
Kind of, hate your boss right now, huh?
My boss's boss, my boss's boss's boss, and that other guy.
Man, I've been there. I hate my boss too.
You have a boss?
Boyd?
Yeah. I mean, this is my place, but everyone's got a boss, and I gotta pay them every now and then, and they don't do shit for me except promise to protect it. But every time that happens, someone comes around here trying to give me shit, and I'm a bugbear. So I beat the shit out of them.
That's a good business plan.
I like that security model.
Well, I mean, pretty big. And he just kind of waves his hand at his head level, and it just goes over everybody's head. He's like, aren't a whole lot of, except for Cezeros. He kind of like has the crown over your horns, but he's like, most people fit under my arm, so I don't really need a bouncer. So, can I ask you something, dwarf? You don't mind if I call you that, do you? I don't know. I'm not up on the derogatory terms for your particular folk.
Right, I'm a dwarf. You can call me a dwarf. It's accurate.
Yeah, you don't look so good. Did you have a good night's sleep?
Well, it was the best night's sleep I've had in some time, although I must admit I feel a bit under the weather. Is there any diseases that happen to frequent this region of the world?
Oh yeah, there's the black fever. There's the stone corns you can get. Those are horrible.
Right, no, it's awful.
There's the there's the Genasi plague, but that ended about 25 years ago. Lost a lot of people with that one. Most of them were assholes, but that's all right. They got the general cold and flu that you get anywhere else, but here it's usually accompanied with big red spots on your face or your boils that erupt with pus. It's pretty gross, but why? You think you're sick, huh? Think you caught something? Did you get bit by a mosquito? I hate the damn mosquitoes around here.
There is not a single inch on my body that has not been eaten by mosquitoes in this goddamn swamp.
Oh, Well, you might have the yellow belly flu.
Right, but my belly is just round. It's not yellow.
Oh, strange. Strange. Well, I know there's a temple in Dane, which is to the west.
Oh, I hear they
where
have a
can-
great bar there known as the Frosty Ale.
Oh, I've never
Maybe.
been there myself. But there are people that come from there that trade with us sometimes, and they talk about the fact that there's a temple in Dane that they might be able to cure you of your disease through magical means.
Well, and how does one get to Dane?
Well, and he's kind of choking a little bit on a little dry piece of potato that he just popped in his mouth. You go west out of Rathburn, and you follow the Emperor's Highway until you hit Dane. It's pretty much the next city over.
Oh, well, that's easy enough. Right after we fight this crazy dragon monster. So,
Oh, it still kills me. You guys are just gonna go and fight a dragon.
Well, first we're going to find out if he's truly there.
hey,
We might not
admittedly-
necessarily need to fight it. We might just,
Yeah, we
take
might
what
just
we
rob
can and
him.
run.
actually, you wouldn't happen to be a dragon, would you now, Mr. Bugbear? Never met a dragon?
You're asking if I am a dragon or I've met a dragon?
I mean, either one would be amazing, honestly.
No to both. I'm a bugbear. I thought I made this quite clear based on how I look. He just kind of pats Atgear on the head a little bit. So, what about you, Mr. Whitehair? What brings you to the Stix? I mean, you've got a giant sword, a giant. What is that? A glaive?
Halberd.
Halberd, and a full suit of armor. I mean, what are you doing in the Stix? I really would invest in some oil for that armor, by the way, because it already looks a little dry, and the humidity around here is just going to rust the shit out of that armor real quick.
Will do.
He's the muscle.
So what are you doing out here?
Well, let's just say a strange turn of fortune
Favor.
prompted us to have to relocate.
Yeah. Let me guess. One of you guys fell in love with a person of importance up there, and you got driven out by their actual husband. Am I close?
No.
No.
Am I a little close?
No.
There was a woman involved, yes.
Aha.
Yes.
I knew it. And he looks right at the dwarf. He's like, "It was you, wasn't it?"
Well, I mean... Yes. Yeah, it was mostly me. Let's just say if I had played my cards right, we would not have to have left.
And you see Olivia kind of like almost choke on her morning ale, and she turns and spins, and as she spins around in the room, she turns into the Lady Valandiir Valzef, as she had when you broke into her house. And she just looks at Atgear and speaks in Olivia's voice. Atgear, if I remember correctly, you had your hand shoved through with a treasure chest trap twice in a row. Isn't that right?
Look, I've had my hands in a lot of boxes that made us leave the city.
Well, you certainly are a weird-looking lot, but you did me a solid favor, so wherever it is you're heading today, I do hope you luck.
Thank
And
you.
I hope you find what you're looking for. And hey, listen, not for nothing, but you find a dragon and you manage to kill it, and you manage to take all of its gold. Just saying, support your local businesses.
Shop local. Oh,
And
one
as
quick
he
question.
says,
you said
Sure.
you said you knew somebody with a boat.
so, literally as you said that, he kind of looks he looks to his left, which is the front door, and you hear a clop, 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 and he goes, well, Merrick, are your ears bleeding or ringing or burning or whatever the hell the saying is? Because these folks were just asking about you. And, as you guys are wiping your plates and emptying your tankards of morning ale, you turn and see the shadow of a humanoid with goat hooves begin clopping into the tavern. And if I could work quickly with my fingers, I'll show you what that looks like. Nope, that's not it.
You said his name was Muck?
Merrick, Merrick. And here, come on, man. Here we go. As the light of the interior bathes him in a warm yellow glow, you see the gray furry legs and long twisted thin horns of an elderly satyr enter the rusty cup. He's dressed in rags, sporting a long tuft of gray chin hair and chops, with a pair of thick ivory-rimmed spectacles on the bridge of his nose, and he's got a couple of brown horns that twist around his ears tightly near his hair. What do you want, Bartok? Haven't heard high nor hell from you in ages. Figured the Og twins must have finished you off. Well, Moog got himself pushed into a pit last year by his brother Gunt, and these people here chopped off Gunt's hands and fed his friends to the body barrel last night, so I don't think the Og twins are gonna be much trouble any longer. And Bartok turns to you. Well, this here's Merrick. He's the feller with the boat. You'll need to conduct your business with him. I got some inventory to do in the back, so I'll bid you all good day.
Good day.
Merrick, he sits.
Is it good?
Go ahead.
Is it really good?
Is what?
The day. Is it really a good day?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Merrick sits on one of the bar stools and dives into a bowl of oatmeal and slurps a tankard of brown ale. So what's this business about crossing the lake, then?
Well, we are seeking counsel with the Bogmother.
Right. So, okay, keep your secrets. It's not like I need to know.
Well, we have business in the island in the middle of the lake, and we require use of a boat.
You're serious about that?
Yep, we're dead serious.
You're gonna go see the Bogmother?
She has possible information that we need, so we need someone who knows the area and can transport us.
What information you need? Because I know lots of stuff.
We heard rumor of a dragon nearby, and we believe
He spits his ale out. He goes, Dragon! No! I'm afraid not. There are other things, weird things, but No dragon, sorry. You got the wrong place.
Well, that's not what we've heard. We're just gonna confirm with the Bogmother just to make sure.
You're just gonna confirm with the Bogmother. Okay, right. Do you have an appointment with her or something?
Yeah, it's today at 2.
You know she's a witch, right?
No,
We've
that was not
gotten
pointed out.
We've gotten that vibe from the way people talk about her.
Yeah, you've gotten that vibe because she's a fucking witch. That's why you got the vibe. Oh, you guys aren't from around here, are you?
What gave it away?
Well, the fact that 3 of you look like you belong in the damn Empire, and the other 3 of you look like you belong in the middle of nowhere, out in the desert or some such place. But let me give you a little bit of advice. A lot of people around here talk a lot of shit, and they love talking shit. We're better at talking shit in Rathburn than anywhere on the whole damn continent. So, I think I heard something or other about a giant armor-clad human throwing a bunch of spears at 2 people in the street last night. Of course, those people went ahead to say that they scared a lot of you off. But, like I said, love talking shit. So, the Bogmother helping you or confirming a suspicion, that's a little bit different than what you're going to find when you get up there. I'm just not giving you a warning. Just don't come crying to me if that's not exactly what is transpired.
So alerted.
That being the case, I said my piece. It's going to be
So
100 gold each.
All right,
That's a
I'm going
good
to try to
question.
haggle that price down a bit.
I heard 3 people talking. What was said?
I said I'm going to try to haggle that price down
Okay. How are you going to do that?
through persuasion.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would you like to say to him?
You know, come on, 100 gold apiece, really? We could buy your boat for that. We could buy 5 boats for that. Come on, cut us a deal. Bartok recommended you.
Bartok recommended me. I don't know if you've noticed Bartok. He kind of loves everybody. I don't particularly remember what favor he did for me to earn me this favor that he needed cashing in, but, he pays well, and that's what he did. So, sure, I'm a man of my word. I'll take you across, but there's not a lot of people around here that would just let strangers use their boats. And we got a lot of water around here, and a lot of people got boats. So when we lend them out, we want to make sure they're going to come back in one piece, and most of them don't. So 100 gold is like my way of saying, I don't trust you fucking people at all, and I'm not convinced that you're not going to get killed out there, and then I'm going to lose my boats. So buying a boat's not cheap.
Well, it's definitely not 100 gold per person. Expensive.
Well, tell you what. How about 50 gold a person? And the assurances that if the boat suffers serious misfortune, we will buy you a brand spanking new one.
Go ahead and make, since Axton mildly helped you, go ahead and roll a persuasion check with advantage.
I already did.
You already did. Oh, I see. 21. You see his mood change immediately. Not to complete agreement, but like he kind of feels like, shit, they're kind of on to me. They kind of know I'm gouging them. What am I going to do here? I don't want to not get what I thought I could get, but you see him kind of resign a little.
65.
$60.
He kind of does the math in his head, and you see it's taking him a little longer than it took you. Deal. And he puts his hand out.
All right. Guys, sound good?
Right, I'll cover Axton's portion. He only has 100 gold. The poor, impoverished boy.
All right. Deal.
All right.
My hand as well shake on it.
All right. Make a perception check as you do.
Oh, perception, excuse me.
Ooh. Natural 20. Although that's the second roll. I didn't tell you to roll that with advantage. Or no, I didn't.
For some reason, my system, that's all it does. It was an 18.
Perception, sure. So, he's wearing rags, right?
Uh-huh.
As he extends his hand, you see he's got literally like goat fur. Okay. And you see on his forearm, right about there. I don't know if everybody's on roll 20. The fur has been scraped away by a scar. There's a scar there. That's just all you notice.
Okay. That on his forearm, that there's a large scar that scraped pieces.
Yeah, about the size and shape of a peach or a plum. Not terribly big.
All right.
So, that's 60 for everybody, from everybody. And something else you notice, this is just an aside, Pravish, or your new name, that his glasses look really, really familiar. And the fact that Koza, who's not here, had those jade lens goggles, you've seen him wear them where his eyes light up, or not his eyes, but there's like a light that emits from inside the glasses that lights them up green. That look similar, but not as strong as what Merrick is wearing on his face.
You, sir, have some very intriguing eyewear.
And he goes, oh. Go ahead.
Where did you happen to come across those?
And he's just kind of sitting at the bar, and he's doing a little, he's doodling a little math on a napkin or a piece of paper or something in front of him on the bar. It looks like he's kind of counting how much money he's going to get out of all this. He just sort of looks up at you and he goes, "These are me speckies. I don't see so well, and they kind of give me an edge on seeing in the dark, and seeing as I don't see well in the light, well, it makes it a little brighter for me so I can make stuff out. Why do you ask?"
No reason, just intrigued by the color and the shape of them. I'm a entertainer and a story writer. It's my job to kind of notice details and interesting things about people.
Yeah, well, why don't you go notice some details the fuck over there? He just keeps doing his little math.
All right, then.
So after about maybe 10 minutes, he does just a little chit-chat with Bartok, finishes his breakfast, as do the rest of you, and he says, "All right, it's going to be a little bit walking till we get to out of town, and then we'll have to walk towards the lake's edge from there, so follow me if you don't mind."
All right. Gather up our gear and head on.
Okay. Does anybody else need to do anything in the Rusty Cup or in town before you start following this dude?
Can we get some provisions off of Bartok?
I'm gonna say that you can purchase. He's got inventory for like feeding people.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say you probably were able to get him to part with some of his food, but not all of it. He's got to feed people too. So we'll say that he grabbed he grabbed a burlap sack and stuffed it with we'll say 9 rations.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll also say he also put in 6 what are called. Have you ever heard of dwarven pies? Not 6. He puts in 3 dwarven pies. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say definitely Atgear knows what that is.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if that's a 5e thing or if that was back when I was a kid. So I'll write you what those. It's not a magical item, but it has stats. The dwarven pie. So I'll put those in the chat once I find where they are. And we'll say he gives that to you for 2 gold.
Sure.
Anybody else?
I'm good.
Gear, take a minute to basically see if you can find out if anybody has, what do you call it, like information on what kind of creatures live in the swamp, like things to look out for, signs of different animals, anything like that.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a. We're gonna say this is gonna be a history check. And what is your intelligence modifier?
Oh yeah, -1.
You have a -1.
Oh yeah.
And what about your persuasion? What's your persuasion score?
Persuasion is at a mighty 0.
Okay. So yeah, but you're a criminal. You have to understand that you are right at home here. That you're not a big fan of the swamp, okay? But you are a criminal who, based on where you're from and what you've done, find yourself slipping right into place here. And what's great is there are no other dwarves in this village, which unless you recognize somebody that you know from home, you don't care to meet any new dwarves because, one of them stole your money. One of them, you killed that guy. You took his head. You got his head in your bag. And most dwarves that you meet who aren't from where you're from are assholes and don't like you. So the fact that there's no dwarves here, you're pretty happy with that.
I'm going to pretend to be someone I'm not in order to get information.
Okay. So the fact that you're asking for common knowledge stuff, the fact that it's not, underworld information, you're not looking who's got the richest house, who's got the biggest house with the, the easiest to pick locks, stuff like that. You're just asking what kind of animals are out there, what should we look out for? So I'm going to say if you roll a history check, I want you to add 2 to it. Because you are a criminal.
Oh yeah, mighty 9.
So, most people recognize that you're not from there, but you are speaking thieves' cant to them in a way that they can understand. Almost like when you go somewhere where they have a different accent, but you're both talking about the same sport. It's like, yeah, they're not from here, but we're kind of on the same team because we like the same people. They're like the same, team and stuff. So they're kind of giving you a little bit of shit for being out of town, but with a 9 and the fact that you are surprisingly charming this morning and kind of out to spread the relief that you have actually felt despite how you feel right now. that you managed to get people to tell you that you need to watch out for reptiles. You need to watch out for harpies. There are harpies that hunt all over the Stix. There is actually, you learn that there is something of a neighborhood watch or militia that employ people who are really good with a bow and crossbow, and what they do is they keep the village clear of harpies by patrolling the perimeter and just shooting them whenever they see them fly nearby. There are bears there are swamp bears. They're these big, huge, hulking, furry beasts with like green algae hanging off the tips of their fur that are pretty vicious. There are ghosts and undead that roam occasionally. They don't know, there's no schedule to it, there's no season for it. It's just every now and then a corpse will get up from the muck when you're nearby and attack you. So the Stix sucks. There was not a legend, but like a story of this wyvern that somebody had killed on the outskirts of Rathburn that rose up as it's like a wyvern lich, like some kind of undead wyvern.
Hey, that's really terrifying.
And just typical nasty things that you would expect to find in a swamp, like, spiders, things like that. And that's what you guys find out.
So, I'm gonna go back and let the guys know that harpies are a thing that are pretty common. I'm not so great at hitting things that are in the air. Should we get some nets or something?
Anybody else decent with bows?
Well, I got a couple javelins.
Yes,
Hey,
you do.
I'm gonna go stock up on daggers. I think I only have like... Actually, I've been grabbing a bunch. Let me see. Double check.
You got old boys'
no.
daggers.
No, I've only got 2 daggers.
Well, who's got the dwarf's daggers? Somebody grabbed that, I'm sure about it.
Oh, that's me. So I guess I have 4 daggers then. Nice.
Yeah.
Because they have the black blade, like the black steel daggers.
Yeah, that's not all they got. Make a perception check as you're now kind of going through your inventory.
Okie doke. Oop, that's the wrong button. Perception disadvantage. Right? Yep. 14.
Okay. Not very hard to notice because you're holding them right in front of your face, but you're inspecting these daggers. And these daggers are not completely solid in the middle. You take a look at them, and the blackened steel acts as a perfect way to hide the fact that there is a very secretively placed, almost channel running through the dagger with these little holes that perforate the middle of the spine. And it looks like there's a hollow tube-like space that goes from the hilt to about all the way out the tip of the dagger. It doesn't look like it's a wide hole. Looks like it's only maybe about 1/8 of an inch in diameter. But you recognize these immediately as daggers that are made specifically to store a large amount of poison and be able to administer that poison many times before running out.
Oh, snap!
And there's 2 of them, and they look like you can throw them if you wish. They're small enough that they can be tossed.
Sweet. That's super cool. Alright, so I got 4 attacks. I'm good to go.
I've got a hand crossbow for what that's worth.
And
Yeah.
I guess I'll see if I can buy any nets.
Any nets?
Or poison. Actually both. Nets and poison.
Okay. Yeah, you've already been around town. I'm going to use your awesome roll you made earlier with your 9. see here. Yeah, you're able to get nets. We'll say, how many do you want, and how big do you want each one to be?
Ooh. One very large net, and I'd say 4 nets that are like a net that you'd have to like set up as a trap, and then maybe 4 that you can throw that would be able to entangle a humanoid creature.
9 total.
All right.
Is that right?
Sure. Will that be so 4 for the throwing nets, and then the giant big one? I guess that counts as 5.
5. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Let me do just a bit of research here. I mean, obviously, there's no docks here, so it's not like you can find a harbor master to buy nets from. But let's see here. Yeah, nets have cool stats actually.
Yeah, it's a DC 10 strength check to try
yeah,
to
it's
break
pretty
through
cool.
it.
I don't see a price for it.
It's considered a common item, so.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Oh, there we go. Okay. For 5 nets, one of them being really large, the smaller ones will be 1 gold apiece. The larger one will be 3.
Okay, so 3, 7 gold, noted.
Yep, and poison is a little harder to find. I'm going to need you to go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage, which would just make it an even roll for you. As you try to use your thieves' cant to talk to some criminals and see if you know anywhere that sells a good poison. Wow. Whew. Wow. No. Everyone that looks at you gives you a dirty look, and you find no purchase with poison.
Hey, that's fine. I'll make my own
Nobody
poison.
wants to sell to you.
That's fine. I'll make my own poison with blackjacks and hookers.
Okay.
Okie doke, so there's that.
Somebody on the chat asked if he had any spellcasting needs. That's a good question.
Oh, nope. Is good. I've got my focus and blasty spells, so pretty alright.
I think Olivia would be remiss to not ask if there's anyone in town that sells magical items or weapons, so I'm going to have her roll an investigation check. Wish these character sheets were up all the time and I'd have to constantly reopen them.
You could open them up as a separate window and just drag them around.
Nope, she has no luck. So you see Olivia kind of wander down the street, asking a couple people. You see him duck behind a corner and switch into a very authoritative older man in his 50s with like a black crew cut and not like Empire soldier gear, but definitely armor that would intimidate somebody. And still, he goes around asking questions, and you see him come back and shift back into her older, rougher-looking Olivia form, and just like, can't find anyone that sells any weapons. Anybody have any luck with your poison, Atkia?
Yes.
Oh, good. All right, that's something.
Hey, so does anybody happen to know how to make poison? I have a few ideas.
Let me head out and see if I have better luck with finding either weapons or poison.
Okay. Seeing as you're going after 2 different places, I'm going to say one of your rolls, you're going to roll twice. One of them is going to be perception, the other one's going to be persuasion.
Okay, so I'll roll my perception first. 16. Persuasion.
Yikes.
11.
Natural 1. So, you know that there is a place that will sell poison. You don't find anybody that sells any magical weapons or items that are like enchanted. It's just everyone that you encounter about that subject tells you, look, if there was anybody that was trying to sell magical equipment, they would have all of their shit stolen in a week. And they would probably be murdered. So they don't sell that kind of stuff around here.
Fair point.
The poison, however, you find readily available, and it's just a matter of you trying your hardest to not sound like a artsy-fartsy entertainer and to sound like sort of a street smart dude, but you look so good. Your outfit is just a little too clean. And while you do find someone who's willing to sell you a dose of poison, which he offers you at 4 gold for the vial.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wish to buy that from him?
I will.
Okay. And just let me know when you deduct that from your inventory.
The gold, yep, done.
Yep, you find out it's fake.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, it doesn't smell very good, but somebody sees you and like kind of follows you a bit, taps on your shoulders, like, yeah, that's just like liquefied horse manure. It's gross, but it's not a poison.
Thanks, appreciate it. All right. So I just idly just toss it.
Yeah, you toss it, it shatters against a building side, and you see a couple of rats kind of scurry away from it.
Yeah. All right, well, I found a place so I'll meet back and I tell them I found a place, but unfortunately they wouldn't sell it to me. I guess my good looks and dashing charm just overwhelmed them.
It happens to the best of us, pal.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys sort of finish out your business. It's about, I don't know, a little after lunch at this point. And Merrick, you meet Merrick at the north end of town where he, previously told you he'd be. And you see that he's actually got a horse and cart. It only fits 3 people in the cart, but he's just sort of standing there. He looks like he's wearing rags, but he kind of looks put together, as put together as you can be around here. His cart is in rough shape, but it's not falling apart. So get the sense that maybe he does lend people his boat and does do this often. But, the fact that he's got a cart means he's at least got enough money to afford a cart. He's not completely destitute. He kind of sees you guys sidling up and he says, all right, some of you can ride in the back of the cart. The others got to walk.
I'll walk.
I think Olivia's got some pretty decent speed, too.
Right. Being a dwarf with tiny legs, I'll ride in the cart.
Okay, yeah, she's got a speed of 30. Koza. Oh, Koza's not there.
I think most people have an average speed of 30.
Being a little city bitch will get in the cart as well.
Well, Axton's the walking tin can. He may actually want it.
All right.
Yeah, I was just going to see if full plate reduces my speed, but I don't think it does.
No, it just gives you disadvantage on stealth.
Cool.
Well, you guys spend a few minutes kind of gathering your stuff, climbing in the cart, figuring out who's going to sit where. My question to you is this. Do you guys, obviously, Merrick is going to be traveling at whatever pace you guys want him to. He is a hired hand. He's doing what you asked. So, do you guys wish to move together stealthily, or do you want to just get to the edge of the lake at a regular pace or a fast pace?
Probably a regular pace.
Regular walking pace, yeah.
That gear is kind of exhausted, so we don't really want to exert him too much.
Right, it's very considerate. So, regular pace it is.
Okay. So, being that you guys are, 3 of you are on foot, let's figure out who wants to kind of keep an eye on the horizon as you guys walk, because in conversation with Merrick, you got the inclination it was going to be a couple hours travel on foot to get to the edge of the lake.
Cool. I'll keep an eye on it.
All right, so I need a perception check and advantage if someone is kind of keeping an eye out with you.
I'll do that.
Yay, someone helping. Yeah. 18.
Perfect. All right, so this is going to be somewhat of a skill challenge. I mean, I'm not going to make you guys do weird skills when you're just trying to not die. But it's going to be a multi-legged kind of perception challenge to get through this part of the swamp unmolested, so to speak. With an 18, you notice a singular harpy flying above you at about 300 to 400 feet above your head. And it is directly ahead. And with a perception of 18, I'll give you the fact that you can tell it is keeping its distance, period. But it's just one. It's an odd-looking creature. It's got a woman's physique with a hawk's front talons and hind talons for feet and hands. It's got these gigantic wings of purple and black feathery tar that drips from them above your head, and it's just got a horribly ugly, almost bird-like avian face that's kind of humanoid as well, and just rows of black teeth and stringy reddish black hair. Just an odd creature, but it's just hovering above you.
Well, I inform the other ones what I see.
Yeah. It's unnerving with how close, but Sazdiros.
Yeah.
You also see the harpy, but your attention is drawn behind the cart.
Okay.
You can't really see what it is, but it looks to be about the size and shape of a dog, and it is darting between kind of small dry bushes, because right now the terrain is not easy to walk in. It's not quite difficult terrain. You're able to get a cart through it, but it's muddy, it's gross, wet. Your
What
feet.
happened with that boink dog? It'd be funny if it just started following me.
Okay, so I notice we have somebody behind us. We also know we've got somebody up ahead of us. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just tell Atkir that I'm going to kind of pull back a little bit and just keep an extra eye behind us.
Did we set up an ambush for our ambushers?
I don't think we need to go that far just yet.
The day drags on. The mosquitoes are horrible. You feel the ground getting squishier and muddier. But you press on, and I'm going to need another perception check from someone else because, Axton, you feel like your eyes are getting tired. If you're not going to walk in the cart, you at least want to kind of look down at the path ahead of you and not have to be on alert so much. And Cezeros as well. You're getting a little tired back there.
Okay, well, I'll just sit into the cart and relax for a little bit.
Okay. Who is helming this leg of the perception challenge?
Yuno's gonna be on the lookout here, and he got a 14.
14. So you've been keeping your eye on this harpy the whole journey, and right now you've been at it about an hour, and you notice that this harpy is getting a little closer, just kind of doing a wide, kind of vulture-like circle around the group, and at this point you can actually hear this harpy singing. It's very, very faint. She's real up high. She's probably still about 200 feet above you. But you can tell she's singing, and... Oh, I got it. You can tell she can tell she's singing, but you can also tell that she's trying to sing loud enough for you to hear her. And I'm sure some of you have heard of harpies, and you know what they're known for. But it's not. It's too high up. And her lazy circular motion takes her in and out of the group's vicinity far too often for any of her singing to sink in. And just above her, you see another one. Kind of dipping down below the haze and fog of the clouds and just sort of joins her about 50 feet above the first one. So now there's two.
Would Atgear know enough to be able to like stuff stuff in his ears? Would he know to do that? Are
nature
harpies
check.
a common thing, or?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you've been around the world. So let me ask you this: your nature probably sucks ass, right?
Survival's better.
Yeah. Give me a survival check. That would make sense.
Been around the world.
Yeah, you're kind of sitting there with and watching what Yuno's looking at. You're tired as all hell, and you look up and you're just like, oh, harpies. And you start going for like cotton batting or a wad of whatever you've got in your pocket, and you can stuff them in your ears. How about everybody give me a perception check to see if you guys notice Akir doing this?
Nope.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean...
15 for Yuno.
Yeah. Let's see here. 14 for Olivia. And let's go ahead and roll for Merrick. He probably doesn't have very high wisdom. Yikes. Natural one. Eric. What's that?
I was going to say, what about our passive perception?
Well, yeah. Is your passive perception higher than 12?
Yes, 15.
Oh, good. Then you got a 15.
Okay.
What about you, Axton? Because you got a natural 1.
My passive perception is 19.
Oh, yeah, then you definitely see Atgeir stuffing cotton in his ears. It gives you an idea to maybe do the same. The fact there are now 2 harpies up there. Everybody is getting a little nervous, by the way. You're kind of clutching the tips, the handles of your weapons. You can feel your fingers automatically like auto-writing your semantic spell stuff, just kind of getting ready if you have to. But your watch goes by unabated. Would anybody like to helm the 3rd leg?
I'd like to go again, if possible.
Yeah, you know what? Olivia is actually going to kind of walk in your shadow a little bit, Axton, kind of like back you up, so you can go ahead and roll that with advantage.
21.
Good. All right. You guys see the harpies get real close to you. Not close enough that they can strike. But about, I'd say they're about 50 feet above your head.
Close enough for me to shoot them?
Yeah, with a crossbow, sure.
And crossbow,
Uno starts blasting firebolts.
All right. Who else would like to? Because I'm going to have Olivia also Eldritch Blast.
No, Akira's just gonna keep an eye on their back, on the ground. So
Okay.
anything comes at us from the land.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, Akir.
Okie doke.
All right, so everybody that would like to throw an attack, there are 2 harpies. They look almost identical. One of them's carrying a spear. The other one is unarmed, aside from her talon-like claws. And I need to know who besides Atgeir did anything to stop them from hearing.
I did. I think we all followed suit. And we motioned to Merrick, and we also told Merrick.
Okay. So I am going to say that when they swoop down to where they're at now, their singing grows louder, but it's muffled in your ears. You can hear the tone, you can't hear what they're saying. So I'm going to say for now you're immune to that effect. But they are about 50 feet above your head. So with a 22 at gear, you do see that there is a wolf-like creature that is dipping in and out, but it's smaller than the ones you encountered in the swamps before you found Rathburn. But it looks like it's a gray and dark gray coloring, typical wolf. All right, so that's Kravish shooting his crossbow, and throwing a firebolt. Yeah, go ahead and give me attack rolls, both of you.
Plus
11 for me.
26.
Okay, that hits. Kravish, your arrow goes wide
Okay.
and disappears into the horizon.
So I roll 2d10 fire. And that is 15.
Okay, and she gets 3 E-blasts. Oh, come on. Why did it do that? There we go. Hold on to your damage for just a second. I just clicked something by accident and totally lost what I was doing. Pitfalls of online play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. Wow. Harpies have a shit AC, so that hits. Wait. Karish, you hit. So Zeros, you hit.
Oh, cool.
Sorry, my mistake. You hit.
Yeah. Harpies
So
have
let's
an
have
AC of like
Of
12.
11.
Oh,
All right, so that's 6, 8, 14 from... Oh, no, she only gets 2 E-blasts, I think.
yeah, 2
So
something.
2 of these. So 6 and 8 is 14.
Let me do my...
All right.
3.
What did you get?
I rolled for 7.
7 hit points. Got it.
7 hit points of damage.
And what did you get? 15?
15.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say, with the 3 of you all managing to hit one of these harpies, your crossbow arrow goes right through her throat, and you see her shrilling, her singing voice go to this screechy shrill that pierces through your ear protection. Fortunately, but it doesn't actually charm you. And the firebolt combined with the Eldritch Blast just pummel this thing, and it falls out of the sky about 15 feet to the right of your cart in the direction that it's going. When that happens, the other harpy screeches and flies away. Are you going to stop the cart, or are you continuing?
Let's hold up right now and deal with what's behind us.
All right, I'm going to... Go ahead and make a persuasion check, because Merrick, who's driving the cart, indicates he doesn't want to stop. He wants to keep going.
24.
All right. He gets about 30 feet from where the harpy dropped before he's finally like, all right, fine, but make it quick. And as he does that, you see the wolf, which now that it's no longer trying to go between bushes, it darts for the harpy corpse and immediately starts biting into it.
Eat up, friend. You're welcome.
All right. I think we can head on then.
Okay. He kind of turns around. Good riddance. Yeah. And snaps the reins. So that was a pretty substantial success as far as your a little mini encounter. So I'm gonna say instead of 4 legs of this journey, you're only gonna have 3. So you make it to the edge of this wide, shallow looking. I mean, it's difficult to tell the depth, but it's almost like the pools of water sort of that are all around you and have been all around you this whole journey are getting a little wider and connecting more to the point where it just seems like there's just a huge body of water ahead of you that just sort of kind of formed from all of these pools connecting. And you see a big tree, and you see a rope with a dinghy and a smaller, not a dinghy, a fishing boat. Looks like it can hold a few people, and a smaller dinghy. And Merrick goes over to the tree and he says, "Didn't know there'd be so many of yous. My fishing boat only fits 4. Rest of you are gonna have to use the skiff. Be careful now. It's a bit rickety, but it'll float."
All right.
Right. Maybe Axton should go on the big boat so we don't have to pull a giant armored man out of the water.
Yeah, that sounds perfect to me. Yeah, if I fall in, I won't be able to swim.
Glub, 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 thud.
Pretty much.
I think that's the biggest. I think that's the main one to have consideration for. We think we need to have the larger, like myself. Do I need to ride in the main boat as well?
If you would like to ride in the big boat, by all means, go ahead. I'll take a seat in the little one. More leg room, anyway.
All right.
Yeah, I'll hop on the skiff too.
Okay.
That leaves Olivia.
I mean, yeah, I'll go wherever I need to go. You think I should go in the smaller boat?
Probably. I mean, Lord Akir in his full armor and me probably weigh as much as 3 humanoids.
Okay, so... Oops. So, let's see here. Axton is definitely going in the big boat, correct?
Yeah.
And then... definitely... Ceziros. There's who else is going in the big boat? There's room for one more plus Merrick.
I think the other 3 were going to take the skiff.
Okay.
Well, I mean, hey, if there's space, one of us should be in the big boat. Put Olivia in there.
Yeah, she can assume a very slight form.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we'll say that she hunches down and her shoulders and back straighten, and it's like she's just sort of like melted and then formed into this shape of a kind of like a halfling woman. And it looks a little like Olivia, but definitely has like chubbier cheeks and rounder nose. And so that puts and Yuno's in the skiff. So is Atgear, correct?
Sounds right.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so Merrick is kind of fumbling with the ropes, and you guys are slapping your neck every 3 frickin' seconds around here. And the flies just buzz around your head, and the sound of the swamp around you is constant. Yeah.
Can mosquitoes get into my full plate? Sorry.
And can they bite through my scales? I'm a dragon.
Right in your eyes.
Certainly not. Certainly not. But they do get the fleshy bits around your neck, and your wrists are a little vulnerable. The inside of your wrists are a little vulnerable. But nothing where you have anything to worry about like the rest of these guys.
Does that go for my full plate as well?
You've got space all throughout your armor that the mosquitoes are finding places like the base of your neck, your anywhere on your face, because your helmet has slots and stuff, and they are finding their way in. That's not a problem for a mosquito that's size of a dime. And your wrists as well. There's some hinges on your elbows that they're finding a way to worm in, and I mean these mosquitoes are getting pretty bad, getting pretty gross.
Cool.
It's making it difficult for you guys to not focus, but I mean the mosquitoes are all you guys can think about.
Yeah.
So,
could Yuna use prestidigitation to maybe make a smell that the mosquitoes are unattracted to? Like, I don't know, something like garlic or
Holes to distract them?
Yeah.
We'll try.
okay. How long does that spell last?
1 hour.
Depends. Hold on 1 second. So you can create an instantaneous sensory effect such as spark of showers, puff of wind, musical notes, odd odor. It doesn't say how long it lasts.
Says up to an
Other
hour.
thing,
Up to an hour.
Well, not that specific one says up to an hour, but some
Considerations-
specifically say it.
I would assume if you were going to make an odor, it would last an hour. But my problem is I'm going to say that you're going to have to imbue something with that odor. Otherwise, that you're going to create a cloud of gross smelling air that you're going to leave behind you.
You know,
So you have to pick
imbues
something that smells
at gear.
bad.
You know, imbues at gear with the smell.
No, nothing
Okay.
different. Nothing has changed.
And I would say does not have. He's not really an outdoorsy guy, so I'm going to make you roll a nature check to see if you know what mosquitoes would not like to smell. Because you're a city boy who doesn't go camping. You don't like the outdoors, and you probably don't. This is probably driving you nuts the most because you're not accustomed to mosquitoes.
Thankfully, nature is intelligent based, and I'm smart as shit. So that is a 16 plus 5, 21.
21. Okay. Yeah, you understand that something that smells foul to humanoids, like feces or urine, is like our dinner bell to insects. So you know that that insects like mosquitoes are not repelled by the same smells that would repel you. You've never had to purchase anything, but you have heard of a citrus type smell that repels, and the closest thing you could think of would be a grapefruit or an orange. Something very high in citric acid that could possibly repel these creatures.
You know, makes at gear smell like oranges.
Why would
Okay.
you do something so terrible to me?
It's nice. It actually smells pretty good.
By the way, in the
Um,
future, lemongrass would work, rosemary, and peppermint.
Peppermint.
Yep.
It's good to know. Good to know. Okay.
I feel like that's just what
So-
Big Peppermint wants us to think.
I don't support Big Peppermint. So as you are casting your orangey glow type spell that sort of settles on Atgear, there's a space of about 10 feet around him in each direction. So let's just say, because it's fun, that Axton, you can smell it, and so can Cezero. Cezeros can smell it as well. Just smells like really pungent orange smell. Maybe a little bit rotten because,
That's just the at-gear smell.
yeah,
Oh,
there's a
that's
little
bad.
mix. There's some brewing going on. It's not the craziest. However, you do notice that there are no mosquitoes around their boat. Anything else you guys are doing?
I think that's it.
I think that's it. Just continuing to keep an eye on our surroundings.
All right. Well, who is going to keep an eye out of your surroundings right now? Because it's about midday. It's maybe 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon at this point. There's no sun. It's just the sky is perpetual overcast with a hazy fog that sort of permeates the air everywhere you go in this area.
Well, I normally do the perception, but sure, at-gear can do it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check, Atgear. With advantage because the mosquitoes are leaving you alone.
With disadvantage because he's exhausted.
That's right.
It's a straight roll.
11 it is.
Okay, you guys make it about, I want to say 300-400 feet away from the shore. It wasn't really a shore, it was just where the boat was moored. And you start to notice that your boat is taking on water. Not a lot of water. But you're starting to, as you're rowing, you're starting to see that what you thought was like runoff from the oars kind of splashing the water into the boat. It's gathering underneath, panels and underneath the thwarts and the gunnels of the boat. You don't see an open hole, but you do see water starting to gather in the bottom of this boat.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
That's the skiff, correct, that we're talking about, the smaller boat?
That's correct.
All right.
Is going to use prestidigitation to bail out the water.
Okay, and just because I'm evil, I'm going to say that it's been about an hour. Not an hour. Nah, that's not fair. It's been about 10 minutes, so Akir still smells like citrus, but does it say exactly how much water you can remove?
To 1 cubic foot.
Okay, that's not going to totally empty the boat. There's still about 2 or 3 gallons at the front and the back that have yet to be dealt with.
I guess Akir's just going to start bailing it out the old-fashioned way.
Can anybody find the hole or find out where it's coming from?
Yeah, can I find an obvious leak?
Well, the two of you don't actually see this yet because you're in the other boat and you're about 10 feet apart.
Gotcha.
Okay, Atgear will search around for some source of the leak.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check. Again, with advantage because you are not being harassed like everybody else, which is just another straight roll for you.
Nice.
Ow.
There we go.
Wow, really good, really good. Yeah, you get down real low. You toss the oars to Yuno, who begrudgingly begins paddling. While you get on your hands and knees, and you can feel that you have a limited experience with water encroaching on like a dwarven tunnel and trying to find out its source. You've never actually had to do it yourself, but it's part of dwarven culture where you're from that you got to get low, you got to find where the water is gathering, you got to look up to where it's going, or if it's coming from underneath. Like, you kind of have an idea based on what you were taught as a child. And you determine that there's not 1 but 3 leaks in this boat. And you are able to kind of stuff the material that was in your ears into one of the holes, and it seems to work.
Right, the wax really seals it in.
That's actually exactly how it works. You pull a big honk of earwax out and just jam it all in there. Flex tape.
All right. Akir will inform Yuno that, like, hey, we got 2 more of these suckers. Let's get to work.
All right.
So let's see what's going on there.
Yuno is going to... Hold on. I think I have something for this. Yuno... Oh, nope, that won't last long enough. Shit.
The reason I'm asking is because I have the mending cantrip. If you guys could, I mean, do I? At least
Yuno shouts that we're taking on water. Oh shit, we're going down.
Actually, it's not that bad. It's just the bottom of the boat is really, really wet. There's like an inch or 2 of water at the bottom, and it's not all over the bottom. There's like these puddles, large puddles. So I, at this point, will actually have everybody move over to Roll20, and I will put you on a map I've constructed.
Yuno still maintains the boat is going down, because Yuno doesn't know shit about boats.
Okay. You all hear that.
Okay. All right. Is Merrick with us still?
Yes, he is. He is right. Can you guys all see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it on roll
He's
20.
he's right here.
Uh-huh. All right.
Yeah, that's Merrick. He's at the back of the first boat, and he's using kind of like a, I don't know what they're called. I should know. I was in the Navy. I know boats. But it's that big long stick.
like
and
a
he's not-
gondolier.
Yeah, and he's not using it to paddle. He's using it to stick in the muck underneath the boat and kind of push it along, which is surprisingly faster than the skiff's oars. And that's where he is. So, at this point, yes, everyone is now alerted to the fact that the skiff is taking on water, and you hear Merrick kind of pipe up,
It's not so bad. She's a good girl. She's had a lot of years.
Yeah, I look over to him. It's like, you're a better salesman than I am. Come about.
All right, hold your horses.
and he kind of stops the boat briefly. And, yeah, is able to stop the skiff so that they sidle up right alongside each other. So, let's do this. Oh, hold on. There we go.
All right. So I tell Actor, point out the leaks to me.
Right, we got one here, and here, and over there.
If I can plainly see them, I will cast mending. Use the mending cantrip to seal the leaks.
Okay. So there are two of them, and because you can't actually see the cracks or what is causing the leaks, you just know exactly where they are. I'm gonna have you roll. What your magic is charisma based?
That is correct.
All right. I'm just gonna have you roll a d20 and add your spell attack modifier to it.
Spell attack modifier. Just roll straight d20. Okay.
Yep. Oof.
Plus 7, 14.
14. Oh, that's good then. I thought that did it for you. You're lucky, because that would have not been enough at all. Yeah, you are able to kind of concentrate, and I mean, you don't have any. You're not a sailor. You don't have any idea about how boats work. So you basically just kind of like
Winging it.
do like a Band-Aid solution where you spread your hands in two different directions where you see these puddles forming, and it just kind of like builds overlapping like strings of wood that just sort of twist and tie against each other and just sort of solidify the bottom of these puddles. And you think it worked. You don't actually see the water disappear. Yeah, you think it might have worked.
All right. I hope I patched it up for you. Hopefully it won't take on any more.
You know. Hey,
What do I
you
know? What do I know?
You know.
I don't know nothing.
As they are messing around with the boat, you see a long, elongated shadow behind you. It's about maybe 30s and that's roughly oblong shaped, floating along. It looks like a log, but it's moving slowly towards the boat.
Blast firebolt at it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack.
+12 plus 8. Unnatural 20.
Okay. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
10.
10? Okie dokie. Let's see something. Oh, for God's sake. All right. Yeah, you're blasting it with firebolt, right?
Yep.
So yeah, you hit it, and you see it disappear under the water. And as you all snap your gaze, Olivia and so Zeros,
Yes.
you see an oblong object moving towards you over here, and another one over here. And they're getting closer to the boat. And about 6 to 10 seconds later, you see either the same one or a different one pop up right next to the boat. Right here, 5 feet away from you. Right at the back of your boat. I need everyone to roll initiative. If you would be so kind. Let me bring this guy out. And I'm going to clear this, so don't enter anything yet. Yeah. Okay. Once everybody's in, I will descend the list, and we can get started. Okie dokie. When do they go? Oh, no. It's not that good. All right. Olivia has to go as well. Oh boy. Not great. Okay. Do we have everybody?
Can you add me into the turn order? It won't let me know.
Yes, I certainly can.
And Olivia as well.
Yeah, I'm getting I thought Olivia went. She got a 10. I guess it didn't like that I did that. That's okay. There we go.
I see an alligator with a 10.
That should have been an 11. I wonder if that's what it did.
Probably.
Yeah. All right.
Little music.
A little dramatic for a crocodile fight, but we'll take what we can get. So. Alright, is that everybody? I think that's everybody. 5 guys, yeah. And Merrick is noticeably absent from this fight. What'd you get?
11.
Okay. What is your dex?
+4.
So you're going to go before. Bam! All right. That is the order. Here is the scene. The 6 of you crammed onto these small boats. One of them was taking on water, is taking on water. Not exactly sure if that was remedied, because before you had a chance to confirm whether or not the boat was still sinking, looked over his shoulder and blasted a crocodile straight in his face. And that was pretty far away. It rematerialized, or another one took its place even closer to the boat, just as Olivia and Cezeros noticed 2 more encroaching from the north in the direction that you're going. Axton, you don't see any of this. You just see everybody kind of standing up in the boats and getting ready. And you instinctively go for your halberd just because you know that that works. And you are first. What would you like to do?
Let's see. Technically, that alligator is too far out of my reach, isn't it?
Well, you can check.
Oh yeah, I can, can't I? Take a look.
You certainly can.
Where
All
is it?
my maps come fully equipped with distance calculators.
You could try poking it in the face with your halberd and seeing if it reaches.
Would you consider that 10 feet? Let's see.
Absolutely. I don't have snap to center activated because these guys, I want to turn them in different directions and it messes with their size. So we're going to say he's right here, and if your reach is 10 from this space, I would say definitely you would be able to just barely clip his nose.
No, I don't think so. If it goes by the corner of this square, then maybe.
Yeah, from here to here.
That's pretty risky. Okay, I'll make my attack anyway. See what happens.
Yep. We'll say because it is pretty far, we'll say that you can attack him with disadvantage because you are literally grabbing your halberd by the end of the handle and just sort of like swiping at it while leaning out of the boat.
13.
13. That does hit. Fortunately, you are able to kind of nick it on the end of its nose.
8 slashing damage.
8 slashing. All right.
Second attack.
Mm-hmm.
18
That's a
to
heck of a
hit.
nick.
That definitely hits.
Another 8 slashing damage.
Okay. Yeah, you're managing to like slice the front of its mouth clean off, and you hear it give that guttural that alligators and crocodiles do that I probably just butchered.
I will then go into my tunnel fighting stance.
Tunnel fighting stance on a boat. That has got to be a first.
That's right.
All right. So 0.
Alright. So let's see. I just ready my hand crossbow, and when the forward croc gets within shooting range, I'll take my action.
Okay. Anything with a bonus? Obviously. Oh, sorry. Allow me to introduce some new mechanics. There are some new mechanics since you are in boats. One of you can use your action to spend 30 feet of movement, and that will move the boat in any direction that you want. The boats themselves have a hit point value attached with them and an AC. Okay, so I need somebody to be in charge of the AC and hit points of the boat, and the other one to be in charge of the AC and hit points of the skiff. Who would like to have that responsibility?
I'll handle it.
Okay. Merrick is sort of up on top and not really... he's sort of scared at this point, and you see him kind of drop the stick, and the stick just sort of clatters to the bottom of the boat. Okay, so the boat has a AC of 11.
Uh-huh.
And it has 50 hit points.
Uh-huh.
The skiff, who's taking that?
I got both of them.
Okay. It has an AC of 9.
Mm-hmm.
And it has 20 hit points.
All right.
Good enough?
Good enough.
All right, so
with that in mind, I'm going to change my action.
Okay.
I am going to take control of the boat and try to maneuver it. I can't. A little bit more. My direction doesn't go very well. I'm trying to get it between the croc and the boat.
Which croc?
The one in the lower right corner.
Ah. All right. You're gonna end up being right up on it. Which, let me just move some of this stuff out of the way. All right, now I can get you. We'll say that you're able to kind of back it in like a backing in maneuver when you're driving. Just kind of like this.
Yes.
And then these yahoos are right here. And you guys are all kind of cramped now. All right. That is your action and your movement. Yeah, you're up with, yeah, the crocs are next after Yuno.
Yuno is going to... Yuno's going to cast Toll of the Dead on this one.
Okay.
And he needs to make a Wisdom saving throw, DC 16.
He's a Wisdom of 0 and a natural 18.
Okay.
Sorry.
So then nothing happens.
Okay. Rolled very high. It is the crocodile's turn. This one here is going to reach for the first thing it can see, which is now Axton. And it is going to make a bite attack, which is 5-foot reach, so it hits you. Or it's going to try to hit you. That is a 16 plus 4 is an unnatural 20.
Oh,
which,
yeah. That would hit me. If it was just a 16, it would.
Okay. What's your AC with an armor on?
My AC with armor, it's 18.
Isn't that what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You said a 16 would hit you.
no, I said if it was just 16, it wouldn't hit.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a 1d10. Where's my... There they are. Okay. That's 12 points of piercing damage. I got a 10 on that roll. And I need you to make a strength check, or strength saving throw, please.
25.
25, alright. So it clamps onto your arm, and you can feel it sink in between the plates and actually pierce the leather on your forearm. And as it grabs and rips at your skin, you can see this crocodile use its very strong tail and its muscles to pull back, and it attempts to roll and drag you out of the boat, and you just pull away as hard as you can, breaking several of its teeth in its mouth away as you do so, and it just slops and falls back into the water. And this one, for the moment, disappears.
I get an attack of opportunity as part of my tunnel fighting.
Yes, you do.
$13.
13 hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
9 more damage.
9, alright. Instead of slopping into the water, you kind of hook it with the spike on your halberd, and as soon as you do that, like, you pull your arm away and then just sort of slice backwards with your halberd. It's just the quickest movement you can make. The spike on your weapon actually catches it right in its neck, and you see it. You just opened up a big, huge artery in its neck, and you hear it hiss. It slops into the water, and instead of disappearing, it actually lays face up, belly up, really. And that's all she wrote for that one. This guy right here, however, is going to swim. And they have a swim of 30. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Can he get there? That is the question. Of course. Of course he can get there. No problem. Alright. He is going to leap up. Not leap up, but kind of crane up onto the boat. And he's going to attempt to bite at Atgeir. So that... keep that guy. Ooh, not very good. 3. No, not 3. Well, 7. 7 misses. Correct? Hey, Mike.
Wakey, wakey, at here.
I'm muted again? Ah, there we go. Yeah, surprisingly, that does not hit me.
All right, so that's 7. To whoever is keeping track of the boats, what is the skiff's AC?
9.
Aha, so the crocodile's mouth clamps down and hits nothing but air, and it slips under the water again. This guy gets as close as he possibly can, which is about there. Right. Yep. Okay. That's going to end his turn. Let's see here. You also see... where is it? I have to make another one. You see another one. Come on. God, I hate this stupid website.
Oh, God.
Another one over here. It just starts swimming towards you. He appears right there. But that's all he does. It is Atgeir Frostmane's turn.
Hey, Atgeir's gonna pull out one of his nets, and he's just gonna hold his action. So the next time one of the alligators gets up close, he's gonna jump on him with a net.
Okay. You're gonna jump on with a net, huh?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna net that beast.
All right. You will be holding your action at this point. Kravish. Oh no, you didn't hold your action. You moved the boat.
That's what was my action, yeah.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, Olivia is next. She is going to shoot a couple of Eldritch Blasts. She's actually also going to summon her familiar as well and put him about 10 feet in the air, right about there. And then, yeah, she's going to fire a couple of Eldritch Blasts right at this guy. So let's do... pew, pew. Nice. They both hit. $16 points of damage to this crocodile. You see Olivia whip around and spin and release a couple of these dark green energy bullets through the air, and they just impact. You see little bits of scale and flesh fly off the top of the crocodile's carapace. And that's going to end her turn. Top of the round. We are back to the top. It is Axton's turn.
Back to my turn already. Wow.
I can come back around.
I'm probably going to use my second wind to restore my health. Actually, no, I can take a few more hits. what does it use to move the boat? Is it just an action or my move?
Yep, that's it. Action, and you have 30 feet of movement with the boat.
Let me see.
And you can just tell me where you want to put the boat, and I'll put it there, because I'm the one that has control over it.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I currently have the pole right now, because I was the one that moved the boat previously. You're more than welcome to take it if you ask. I figured that you would need your hands free for poking people, or poking crocodiles.
Yeah, I think I'd try to rather poke people and chop them up, but maybe I'll just hold my attack action for if something gets within my range, I will attack it. But I'll also go into my bonus action and tunnel defense again. So bonus action, tunnel defense, hold my action. If something's within 10 feet of me, I'll swing.
Okay. Fair enough. Saziros.
All right. I'm going to come out about here.
Okay. Here, put the little dot where you want the thing. Where you want the front of the boat.
Front of the boat. Okay.
Crap. Okay, sorry. Can you do that again? Okie dokie.
Maneuvering so that Akir is in position to poke the thing.
Akir's not in your boat.
I meant Axton, rather. Excuse me.
Oh,
But
okay. So
Axton-
you want the
yeah.
boat facing the other way.
Right. I want Axton to be able to be within reach to poke the crocodile.
Gotcha. We'll do that. Bink. All right.
Cool.
At this point, Axton, it is definitely within your reach. However, it is on the other side of Merrick, who is really not cool with his boats being attacked. He kind of is sort of, you're not really paying attention, but he's muttering, "Let's just get out of here." And so he is not exactly an ally in this situation because he's sort of in your way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say that if you're attacking this guy, it's going to be at disadvantage. Or I'll give you the option. Do you want to roll at disadvantage, or do you want me to increase his AC because he's covered by Merrick?
Let's give him like cover.
Okay. We're going to say he's got half cover.
Sure.
All right. What would you like to do with your sprung action?
Yeah. But I will use my precision attack.
Okay.
$17 to hit.
17 does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
7 slashing damage.
7 slashing. All right. As you rear your halberd and bring your blade down hard on the back of this thing's head. Hold on. On the back of this thing's head, you hear a splash and a deep, deep, deep growl as something leaps from out of the water towards this alligator and bites hard on its torso, just as your halberd lands in the top of this smaller crocodile's head. And if my frickin' mouse would work, I just want to spin it around a bit. There we go. Right about there. It tears into this crocodile that you now have buried into your, with your halberd into its head, and snaps its back, twists into a roll, and splits this crocodile in half. I need you to make a strength saving throw as your halberd is buried in the crocodile's head that this thing just threw around like a rag doll. Strength save, yeah. You pull your halberd out just in time as this crocodile is twisted in half, and the larger crocodile with like these red striations throughout its scales. You can't tell if it's blood. It doesn't look like it should be blood as he's been submerged in water, but it just has these blood-like colored striations throughout all of its scales and these wild, dark black eyes as it just swallows this smaller crocodile whole, or he swallows half of it whole.
Cool.
And then proceeds to eat the rest of it, and he begins to regard your boat. Let's go ahead and add him. Oops. The turn order.
Oh, Mary Mother of
He doesn't
God.
dive down or anything after he eats the other crocodile.
He what?
He didn't dive down and tried to bring the other
Nope.
crocodile.
No, it did not.
Okay.
It stayed right there. It is, because right now its action was, its surprise round action was to bite the crocodile in half, and it spent all of its time swallowing that top half, and then it ended its turn right where it's just looking at you. It's like noticing, oh, you're there. There's more things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to end your turn, which it is now. Oops, hold on. It is now Ceziro's turn.
All right, I'm going to start backing off. Coming back.
Yeah. Oh. It's got a terrible, terrible initiative. All right, hold on. Let me descend this again.
Boat up to the crocodile.
What now?
Didn't we just move the boat up to the crocodile?
We did. Then I found out this big ass mofo dropped in. Changed the plan. Unless you want to stay right there in front of it.
Hey, get out the pair of boots.
That would be a nice skin for my leatherworking. Good hide.
So, Axton, you are still within striking range. At this moment, you are. Kravish, are you still in control of the boat?
As of right now, I think so, because nobody else is elected to
Okay.
take it.
What would you like to do with your turn?
I'm going to move the boat back here closer towards the other guys.
Oh, you lucky son of a gun. You are farther away than I wanted you to be, but that's okay. Right there. Okay.
And I'm going
All
to
right.
use a bonus action to give a die of bardic inspiration to Yuno.
All right. What would you like to say to Yuno?
Something inspirational.
Oh, come on.
Let's see, what would I say? I tell them to say, I look death in the eye and say, not today.
Not today.
Not today, Isis.
Yeah, but if you say that, that means that the crocodile has to kill you at an off-screen death.
Right. Or wait until
That's
tomorrow.
not fun.
Or wait until tomorrow.
All right. Well, you know you are inspired by his words of inspiration. What would you like to do?
Yuno is going to run away. No, Yuno is going to say he's not really set up for killing big shit. So he is going to
Drag me closer. I want to hit it with my sword.
cast He's going to cast Scorching Ray and blast all 3 beams at this dude. So the first one...
Which dude is that?
The big dude.
The big dude, got it.
First one is 15 plus 8... 23 for the first
that
one.
hits. He's big and slow. He's easy to hit.
8... 22 on the second one. And 12 on the third one.
Third one misses.
Okay. So I hit with...
But you got him square in the jaw on the first 2 hits.
You could use your bardic inspiration on that last roll.
Oh, that is... I'm going to do that.
Okay. You got a 12?
Yeah.
You gotta get a 4 or higher.
And it's a
sorry.
D8.
Yeah,
You need a 2 or higher. Yeah. D8, just roll 2 or higher.
3.
Cool. Yeah, you hit him. All 3 raise. The third one kind of skips along his armor a little bit, but it does find purchase in between the scales as it skitters along the ground or along the water. The other 2 strike him right in the face.
10. 20 points of damage.
Cool. All right.
And that's it for you.
That's it for Got it. Hold up. Yeah, I accidentally deleted the crocodile that was in charge of turns, so I have to add him back in with an 11. Bam. And... okay. So, this crocodile is going to close this distance. And he can definitely make that. He's going to snap at Yuno with his bite. Did we lose the music? I think we lost the music.
No, it's still going.
Yeah, I can hear the
See, I don't get why I can't hear it. Is it? I wonder if it's because I'm plugged into my phone. But you guys always seem to be able to hear the music better than me. It's weird. I don't get it. Makes me sad. So that is a 19 to hit. Yuno.
Sorry, hold on.
It's okay.
If my AC ends up equaling, it hits, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my shield spell then. It hits me.
Okay. Well, that's 7 points of piercing damage against your arcane ward.
Oh, it's the baby crocodile. Okay. That's
Yep.
slightly less disconcerting.
Does that technically activate the held action of once something comes up to bite the butt, I'm going to throw a net on it?
Absolutely.
I would like to throw a net on it.
Okay. It's gonna roll. It's gonna make a dex save against your. We'll say, just give me a whatever your attack roll is, because are you using the big net?
Well, whichever size net would work on an alligator. If I have to use the big net, I will.
Well, the big net would actually be good against the. I'm not gonna say it would be good against anything. The big net will fit the big croc. The small net will fit across the croc, but it's gonna be at disadvantage on whether it actually grapples it.
Gotcha. Big net.
So you're gonna use the big net on the small croc? Okay.
No, just use a regular net, man. Because the regular net can actually entangle a large or smaller creature.
Oh, okay, regular net.
There you go.
Save the large net for something bigger. Looking slightly over the giant crocodile.
So it got a natural 12.
Ooh.
And they're pretty strong for a crocodile, so that's a 14.
Net has nothing. Oh, is this? Oh wait. So no matter what happens, the net only has a DC of 10. Oh well.
Well, it has to use its action to break free, so it can't attack if it's netted.
Oh, so I just hit it, and then it basically wastes an action for it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
I'm gonna say actually that your arcane ward suffers no damage because this thing uses its action instead of fighting you to wrestle free of the net, which it does.
Who needs the shield spell when you've got a dwarf in a boat?
And it's going to use its movement to dip underwater. And
Okay,
that
so
is
I can
turn.
add those points back to my ward?
Yes. 7 points of arcane ward non-damage.
You cut out there, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you get those 7 points back. So, that ends its turn. Olivia is back here, and she is going to just hurl both of her... She's going to move Jelly over here and make Jelly fire his little toothpick thingy at him. Which I don't even know how he has that set up. So if I get this and it's wrong, I apologize, but I don't have time to go into all of that, so I'm just going to roll with his dex, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's a short bow attack, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But it only deals 1 damage, and causes poison.
So he rolls pretty shittily, misses with a critical failure.
Okay.
That's that. But
His
he's still going to
familiar
fire his
blows up.
Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast.
The familiar blows up.
Boom, boom. Hits him with both. All right. 24 points of force damage to the big guy. And it's cool. He kind of arcs his... Olivia kind of arcs her wrist and shoots them, kind of like in that movie Wanted, where they curve the bullets. These black and green smoking torpedoes of energy spiral through the air one after another, and they kind of go around Cizero and Axton's heads, and then fly straight towards the large alligator, impacting on his snout. That's going to end his turn. Atgeir, you're up.
So my original plan didn't go the way I had hoped. So let's see. I'm going to continue trying to cover by holding my action. My action is going to be the next time an alligator pops up next to our boat, I'm going to straight up attack it.
You know what?
I'm going to
Spray it
straight
with
up
daggers?
attack it. Yeah, spray it with
Okay,
daggers.
okay.
You got it.
Got it. That's what I heard.
Well, I said straight up attack it, but spray it with daggers makes it's a much cooler way of saying it.
Thanks. All right. You're gonna hold your turn. The large crocodile regards you in the boat, and you see it slip under the waves of the now splashing lake that you're in. And after just a couple seconds, you see it appear right here. Pops up out of the boat, clasps its jaws around Cizero.
I get my attack of opportunity because I'm in my tunnel of defense.
Yes. Yep, that hits. All right.
Wisdom saving throw, please.
That's a 19, and it has no modifier.
Yeah, well, 19 beats my 15.
Yeah, it ain't scared of you.
Not this time.
Now, if I do frighten correctly, he's now immune to that effect for 24 hours.
That's only for a dragon, the Draconic Presence.
Yeah, that's different.
That's frightful presence.
Yeah, this is not a frightful presence. This is just the frightened condition.
So it doesn't make much sense that you can be immune to a dragon's frightful presence, but I would constantly be scared of a squishy human.
Hey, I just know what the rules are.
Well, rules. It's Unearthed Arcana.
Hey, frightful presence isn't, or a frightened condition isn't Unearthed Arcana.
Yeah.
The Battle Master, like, dungeon, the player handbook.
So, yeah, it's attacking Sazero. Shoot. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, Olivia's cheat. Saziros.
Bummer.
Alright, that is a 14. Does that hit?
14? Does
Yeah.
not yet.
What is the AC of the boat?
It will hit the boat. It's AC 11.
Alright, so its jaws go to snap around your arm as you're handling the stick, and you kick away just in time to see those same jaws slam into the boat. And that is going to be... Oh boy. I need more D10s. That is going to be 7 points of piercing damage to the boat.
Mhm.
And you see it just rip this huge chunk out of the side of the boat. The boat is now taking on water.
Okay.
And it's going to dip below the waves again.
I get
All
another
right.
attack of opportunity.
No you don't.
Yes, it moved
No,
greater
you
than
don't.
10 feet.
Huh?
It moved greater than 10 feet.
No, it didn't.
You just said it drove underneath the water.
Yeah, but it didn't move that far away.
Did it move more than 5 feet?
What?
Did it move more than 5 feet?
I'll say this. You can see its scales in the water still.
Okay.
However, it is your turn.
Okay, I'll tag it.
Alright. You can attack it.
Yeah.
Wow! That's a hit.
Dude, that's a critical hit, isn't it?
It is.
That's
Yes, it is.
That's double damage.
It got a natural 17 plus 0.
Okay, so it's still not frightened of me.
Nope. As
But you
it
did
wouldn't
something
be.
like 30 some odd points of damage.
Okay, then I make my second attack. I will use precision. No, 13 to hit. That's nice.
Yep, that misses though.
I will use my action surge.
Okay. That definitely hits. Yeah, you're just kind of slashing at the water and trying to grab some flesh with the edge of your halberd as you strike, kind of blindly. Can't really see it that well.
I can see
That's
pretty
definitely
good.
a hit. Yeah, that's
You're pretty good.
apparently you can see it really good. Yeah, you are just getting, rib shots and neck shots, and you see dark blood start to fill the water underneath the boat.
And then I go into my bonus action, tunnel defense. So if it moves,
All right.
I get more attack.
All right. Zaziros.
All right. Ooh, shoot. What do I do?
You can actually see it beneath the waves as well. Just barely.
Just barely. Well, we'll go ahead then and by no means be as effective as Axton, but I will draw my rapier and attempt to poke it.
Okay.
Hold on now. $19.
19 definitely hits.
Seven points of damage.
All right, yeah, you managed to stick it right in its hide. What you did is you actually followed up on one of Axton's attacks and just kind of stabbed in one of the wounds that he made with his halberd. And you see a fresh gout of blood erupt from beside where your rapier stabbed it, and you can see it starting to wriggle a little bit, like it wants to get away. You know, obviously all of this is happening in the blink of an eye.
I'm going to use a bonus action. Let me see. I'm going to use a bonus action to say something cool and inspirational to Axton. I tell him if it weren't for foolish attempts at glory, then nothing would ever get accomplished.
Okay. Well, you see all of this happening, and you watch the crocodile start to slip under the water just as Axton is just thinking attack after attack.
Is going to cast Shatter about 10 foot under the wave, or the surface of the water, from where I see Axton attacking.
Okay.
And the idea is because it's so far down that it won't affect the boat, right?
Yep.
Is that a con save?
Con save DC 16.
All right, that's a natural 16 plus 3.
Okay, so he takes half damage.
Okay.
Let's see. And he probably has a splitting headache because he is underwater and just got thunderclapped. Okay, so full is 19, so half would be 8? No, 9.
Yep.
9.
Yep.
9 points
All
of
right.
thunder damage to his face.
So you all see the crocodile start to turn away, and just as he does, you all hear this boom, and the whole front of both boats bulges up as the water rushes them to face about a 45-degree angle. And then they slap back into the water. Everybody is highly disoriented about that one.
Because if you're not, and I get
So you then see this crocodile pop up out of the water right next to Yuno, and he is going to attempt to grab Yuno by the arm.
Does my held action get affected?
Yeah. Well, let's see. He's about... No, I would say he's too far away. Unless you wanted to throw something.
Oh,
yeah, you can throw it. Of course you can throw it. Which one?
Throws. My regular ones.
Okay.
And he's within 5 feet, so I should be able to get the sneaky attack. Oh wait, hold on. I'm still technically at disadvantage, right?
Yeah,
he's
I don't
throwing
know.
a dagger, so the range on the dagger is 10 feet, I believe. Or 20 feet, isn't it? Something like that.
He's definitely close enough to hit with the dagger, but he's... Yeah, okay, I'll give it to you.
Remember shower with daggers?
He's within 5 feet.
12 and 8. Never mind, boys. Thunk thunk.
Wow.
Actually, I think the 12 may hit.
No. Oh, that's a regular. Yes. 12 does hit, so go ahead and roll damage on the first one.
Alright, let me turn on Sucker Punch damage. Oh, wow. 9 damage.
Alright. Yeah, now look, this looks like this crocodile has already been injured. It's got a bunch of fresh wounds on its face and torso, and you just kind of toss both of your daggers. One goes plunk into the water, the other one sticks hard in the side of this smaller crocodile's flesh. I say small, I mean he's still a good 20 feet or 19 feet long. I mean, these are really big crocodiles. It's just their big brother is much bigger. So he's going to attempt to grapple with Yuno. Yuno, I need you to make a contested strength saving throw. You're going to have to beat an 18.
Yuno does not.
All right. You all watch as Yuno is pulled into the water. 5 feet, he splashes into the water. You take no damage, however, your speed is 0. And that is going to end his turn as you all see Yuno, his arm in the crocodile's mouth, start to flip with the same motion as the crocodile. It is Olivia's turn. Olivia is going to see this happen. Let's turn these people right around instead of being silly about it. I didn't even notice you guys were all upside down.
Could this be the direction that we're facing? You never know.
Yeah, so Olivia is going to see this happen, obviously, and move Jelly from way the hell over here to a better position and fire at the crocodile that now has... Man. Or wait, I can roll with this thing. Well, let's do that instead. 12! 12 hits! The crocodile takes 1 point of damage and has to make a con save. That is with my con bonus, that's a 2. Crocodile's poisoned. Go Jelly.
That's helpful.
It all spins.
Okie dokie. And then Olivia is actually going to E-Blast twice. One of them's real good. Force damage. Let's see. Oh, that's... Okay. The crocodile got a natural 1 to see if he could hold on to Yuno. So Yuno, you are now... He has blasted this crocodile enough to where he's at least let go of you. So you drop into the water on your own free will. So for the moment, the crocodile does not have you in its mouth. Okay. That ends Olivia's turn. It is Atgear.
Alright, Atgear is going to take a running jump, draws daggers, and try to attack this alligator. Crocodile, alligator, whatever it is.
You're going to jump on its back?
Oh yeah.
Beauty.
This time the black steel daggers are going out. He's going to draw one black steel dagger, and then he's going to grab onto the dagger that's already inside of him.
Okay.
And I think I'm still at disadvantage because exhaustion, right?
That only affects ability checks.
Oh, sweet. That was the wrong button.
You passed your death save.
Alright, I missed with one, I stabbed with the other dagger.
Okay.
8 plus 7, so 15.
15. All right. Yeah. You feel the blackened steel dagger. Doesn't have any poison in it, but you feel it sink all the way. You get it right between a couple of its ribs, and you feel it sink all the way into the hilt, and then you push even further and stab it right into its heart. And you can hear it, and it just gurgles water as it slowly sinks, and you pull your daggers out of its body. You are also now swimming. You are in the water as that thing just sort of sinks to the bottom as its body cavity fills with water.
I'm gonna pop back up and look at Yuno. Be like, I don't take it you can dry clothes too with that fancy one. Man,
I can take care of you.
All right.
That's me.
Cool. So, as that happens, you, Olivia, let's see here. Olivia, Ceziros, and Axton. I need all three of you to make dexterity saving throws as you feel a thumping underneath the bottom of the boat. Oh, I can do it here. Dex save.
23.
Wow. Okay. Olivia and Axton, you feel your feet give out from underneath you as the boat starts to shiver and quake and dumps the two of you into the water. Here and here.
It's nice knowing you all. I am
That
dead
was
now.
that was its tail attack. So now it is going to strike at, I'm going to say it's going to strike at Olivia because its mouth was right here, because it is coming back out right like this. Come on now. It's under the boat right about there. So it's going to snap its neck to the left and try to attack Olivia. Nope. That is definitely a hit. That's a 24. So that's, wow, 18 points of piercing damage to Olivia.
Ow.
And she needs to make a strength save, which she gets a natural 20. So she catches this thing's jaws right across the chest, and it rips a chunk of flesh out of her stomach. But she's able to push away and get into a position where she can try to grab onto the side of the boat. Now, mind you, you're both in a position to grab the side of the boat. It's not an instant sink, but that's going to end his turn. And he is going to stay right where he is. Axton, you're up.
I will grab onto the crocodile and try to ride it.
Okay. Go ahead and make a... we're going to call this athletics. I would say acrobatics, but you're also fighting gravity and you're in armor. You want to sink.
Oh, no.
I'll say you don't
Oh, wait, I have
grab...
30 inspiration, though.
You do.
Come on.
All right. I'm going to say it takes everything in you. Your speed, your action, and I'll say you can keep your bonus action, but it takes everything for you to just stay above water. Like, you tried to grab hold of this ancient, large crocodile, but your gloved fingers just slip off of his slippery scales, and you're just treading water, and it's all you can do. Is there anything you'd like to do with your bonus action?
I guess I'll use my tunnel defense. So
Okay.
if it moves away from me, I will attack it. Actually.
Okay. Sounds good. Ceziros,
All right.
it is your go.
All right. Is it possible to do as a free action to just kind of idly toss the steering pole to Merrick and tell him to get Axton?
I will say you're definitely going to have to make a persuasion check because
Okay.
he is terrified right now. He is not moving. He's huddled up in the corner of the boat, looking everywhere around him.
26.
Okay, yeah, you toss it to him, and he just instinctually just jabs it at towards Axton, who is like dipping under and over the surface of the water as he's flailing with his arms.
I'm going to use my breath weapon.
Okay,
Let me.
which is a cone of cold, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct.
All right, I have to make a con save or a dex save.
Let me double check. I think it's a con save.
That's a
And-
16.
All right, so it's 8 plus my con modifier plus my proficiency bonus. 4, 5, 8, 13 was the DC.
Yeah, he got a 16.
Okay, so he takes 2d6 of cold damage. So 9 points of cold.
All right, and you actually see are you blasting him on the head based on if you
Yes.
look at the map there on the
Yeah.
head or on the body?
Head.
Head, yeah. You actually freeze the water around his head, and he like pokes his head out of the water to roar, and you see he's wearing like an oddly shaped ice helmet just for a moment before it cracks and he shakes it loose. Pretty cool. Anything else, bud?
Let's see. No.
All right. You know, it is your turn.
Sorry, didn't realize I was on mute. Yuno is going to bonus action, and he is going to Misty Step his ass right up out of the water,
Okay.
and he's
I'm
going to go
guessing in the boat. Sorry, go ahead.
in the boat there, and then let's see. Trying to figure out distance here. Yuno is going to use telekinetic hand and try to pull at gear back into the boat. And if he's willing, he can choose to fail the spell save or the save, and he will just be pulled automatically.
Oh yeah. Failed.
Okay. So I pull
Finally, something
Him.
I'm good at.
5 foot into the boat.
Finally, that trick works.
Yes, not in the intended way, but it works.
It just
And
works on the
that is
willing.
it.
That's all. Okay. It is Olivia's turn again. She's gonna have Jelly move right in front of its face. It's already poisoned. Let me see something here.
Wait, did that crocodile attack somebody earlier? 'Cause if it did,
oh,
it should
wait.
have been at disadvantage.
Sorry, that's not the right one. Hold on. Why did it do that?
Just to spite you, my friend.
The crocodile that it poisoned is dead. This is a different crocodile, so he's going to try to attack it. Yeah, the one that was poisoned was the one that Adgeir just killed. That is a 15, which, or wait, no, he just has to hit it first. He has to hit it first, which is this guy. No. What? That looks cocked. Why does that look cocked? I'm gonna say that's cocked, just because I'm a DM and I can do that. Yay! He hit him. He did, however, get a 17 on his save, which I believe fails. So he is not poisoned, but he takes a point of damage. Ping! Hits him right in the eyeball. Say that. And then,
Can you imagine if that actually killed the alligator or crocodile? Just that one
that'd be
point?
great. Well, it's not quite that dead, unfortunately. But Olivia is going to spin around and try and, like, flip up into the boat because she's got pretty good dex and shit strength. So she's going to flip her ass up and try to get up in the boat. And she does not. She's able to hold onto the side, but she's unable to get into the boat, unfortunately. And she's going to use her movement to actually stay right where she is. She's not going to move. It's too bad. Adgeir, you're up.
Right, there's only one thing to do. I'm gonna jump on this alligator and start stabbing it.
Cool. Right between the boats.
Right, what could go wrong? Alright. And what's the initiative on this guy? 7?
Yeah.
Alright, so in that case, Adgeir gets advantage on his attacks. Let's get to it. Right, stabbing time.
Wow.
16, so critical and the other one.
Wow.
So
That's
this is gonna be,
good.
yeah.
This is gonna
Sucker
be
punches
really,
on.
really close.
What the?
Jesus.
I rolled 6s
29.
on everything. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so 14, what was that, 33, 37 points of damage? Yeah, 66 on critical.
Wow. Alright. So, your daggers, which ones are you using?
Oh,
Just
the
for
black
fun.
steel.
Yeah, they fill the cat, or they stab deep into the ribs of this creature, and by now you're kind of used to what it feels like to stab a giant crocodile in the ribs, which is odd. A strange skill to have, but you know exactly where you're going now. It's just everything's a little bigger, and you stab straight into its abdomen, but you're just not able to reach its heart like you were with the smaller one. But you fucking wreck this crocodile. You hear it buck. Its body bucks just for a second. It kind of thrashes its head to the left and right. You hear it doing this hissing grumble. Blood is now covering your wrists and your head and your arms. It almost got it.
If only I had my giant smoking scimitar.
Point of order, you do notice a feeling in your gut that when you see this blood erupting from this giant crocodile, you remember what it felt like to be kind of excited by that, and you're noticing that there's an absence of that obsession. And it's just something that you're noticing. However, it is the crocodile's turn. He is going to back up just a bit, and he is going to sweep under the boat, which actually gives Olivia a opportunity of attack, so she's going to fire an E-blast at it. That is a hit. 10 points of force damage. That is going to do it. You see Olivia just see the crocodile slip under the water just enough to get out of her reach. She fires off an E-blast. It splashes in the water, and just as the giant crocodile is about to close its jaws around Axton's head, which it probably could swallow Axton's head whole, the E-blast erupts on its side, and it just and you see it just coughs a huge gout of blood right into Axton's face, who is treading water right now, and just rolls over onto its back and just kind of floats as blood just oozes out of several of its wounds. It is dead. Quickly, Axton, you slip under the waves and start sinking.
I use my halberd to dig into the crocodile to keep afloat.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. Yeah, you kind of grab its flesh with your halberd, and you actually put your hand into one of the wounds just to kind of hold yourself from sinking.
Yeah.
However, you notice that with your weight and the fact that the crocodile's body is now beginning to take on water, you're not sinking as fast as you were before, but you are slowly dipping under the surface. And mind you, the surface is thrashing right now. You don't exactly know how fast that descent is.
I take the pole from Merrick and I extend it out. I mean, I'm taller, I'm much bigger, so I'd be able to get a better reach.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll reach out to it, and I'll put my halberd onto the side of the boat as well for leverage.
Okay. Yeah. Easy enough to do. You, with the combined strength of your muscles and Ceziro's muscles, you're able to get yourself at least on the boat. You didn't lose any weapons, thank God. However, the boat is taking on water.
All right.
It appears now that both boats are taking on water.
Do we see?
Get done to the boats.
Do we see any land on the horizon? Any, to double time it out?
Make a perception check.
Passive perception's 15, but I don't know if that matters.
Okay. Oh, that'll be enough. Yeah, actually, what you see. This will let me do this. There we go. The water begins to settle, and you see through the haze and the fog. Hold on. You see through the haze and the fog. Just like when you entered the water, a few hours ago on the other side, or not a few hours, about an hour ago. It took you about an hour to get here. On the other side of the lake, where the pools would connect and become the lake, you start to see little divisions and little spots of dirt and mud that become a little more frequent, to the point where you get the feeling like it's, at least if it's not shallow over there, or if it's not solid land over there, the water is definitely getting shallower, and it's about 50 feet away.
Try to balance the weight on the bigger boat so that the exposed portion of wood is tilted out of the water. Not trying to capsize it, but just trying to tilt it, just to try to help shield that area. And just double time it.
Yeah, go ahead and make an athletics check, just to keep yourself from tipping over. And you can do it with advantage. I guess you don't need to. I was going to say you could do it with advantage because I'm sure everybody in the boat would be helping you. Axton, you're actually in this boat now. Akir, what are you doing? Because you were in the water when you killed the gator, who's now, I wish I had an image of it floating upside down, but I don't.
Use telekinesis to bring them in the boat?
Before he does that, I'm gonna cut off one of its hands. It's like, look, no one's gonna believe this fucking thing.
You're gonna swim over to the body?
Oh yeah. I can't really fit its head in the boat since it's the size of the boat. That isn't a crown I can take. So I'm just gonna take one of its claws so that when I go to bars, I can tell people about this giant alligator I killed.
Yeah, if we could have dragged this to land, I could have used my leatherworking skills to, make a nice.
I mean, there's land over here. Do you wanna beach the boat, try and do repairs?
That's not really land. That's not land. That's just like floating plant material. Yeah.
Oh well, let's go, gents. I'm just gonna. Would someone like to telekinesis me into a boat?
And we'll also help Olivia get into the boat.
Yeah, without effort, you guys are able to pull your.
Yeah, unless you want to change into a merfolk and swim her way.
Yeah, you guys get into the boats, no problem. I'm gonna say at Gear that you're gonna have to make a survival check to see if you can get this foot off while swimming without any problems, like cutting your own arm or something. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you can add giant alligator or giant crocodile foot to your inventory. It is bleeding. It's oozing blood, and it's, I'm sure it won't. You're pretty positive with that roll. You're pretty positive it won't be bleeding for long because it's only a foot, but it is a big foot, so it's bleeding quite a bit right
now. Is this a common thing in these swamps? Giant fuck-off alligators and whatnot.
Well, since I don't usually go this close to the Bogmother's island, I'd probably say no. I usually stick real close to the other shore when I'm doing my fishing. So that's what I got to say about the big fuck-off crocodiles.
Hey, I understand.
All right. Do you think we do more than just talk shit now?
Well, I gotta say, you guys held your own against one of these things. I'm gonna tell everybody that you killed the big one, because that big crocodile's actually taken quite a few people that venture this far away from the village. So, yeah, that's a pretty big deal, and if you've got that foot to show for it, then, hey, I'd show more than one person in town that foot.
Well, you seem to be an enterprising man. Why not, since you already have the proof, see if you can get the collection going. Get people to pay you a bounty to kill this thing, and we'll give you the foot and all of the credit for killing it, if, you knock off some of the prices for our trip here.
Well, I'll say this, since you kept me alive and you kept the boats mostly afloat, and you even managed to repair my skiff there, I'll say I'll knock off the price of one occupant. 60 gold back to you.
Hey, you, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar. And I'll just distribute that out to everybody.
As far as a bounty, I don't think we'd get much for it, as this isn't the only giant crocodile in the calded Stix. I'm sure you could imagine why.
Alright. Too much to hope for.
Alright, let's just double time it to land.
The boat is steadily taking on water. So, I would like
some repairs.
Yeah, I would like let's have with because it's bigger. He can't use mending. The tear in the boat is bigger than a foot, way bigger than a foot.
Okay.
But I will say, give me a group survival check to see if the five of you with Merrick's help can manage to wrestle yourselves the last 50 feet to shore.
I also have carpenter's tools and wood carver's tools as well.
Okay.
No help from me.
Oh boy.
Sassy, have a sit down, lad.
I gave everything I could to fight.
No, that was a good fight.
Is this at advantage or no?
No, this is all a group check. Boy, oh boy,
Oh, no.
Olivia. Olivia just shit the
Tools
bed.
help-
Got a unnatural 20 somehow.
Okay.
So we have an 18.
Because apparently Yuno's
20.
proficient in survival. How? No freaking clue.
Well. What? Let's see here. At gear, you rolled twice because you're exhausted. Got it.
No. Oh, actually, I do need to roll again. I forgot.
And you did.
Well, you got it rolled
No.
twice. Oh no, that first one was for the
That's
foot.
right.
Yeah, you got to roll again. Yeah, you should have rolled. That 18 goes towards the foot, which I'll still count it as the same. So there you
Yeah,
go.
that's my bad. So 12.
That's cool.
Well, technically the second roll would have been 19, but 12 is the low one.
All right. That is not great. All right.
Can I get advantage since I have tools that could possibly fix it?
You are not able to do any repairs. This is you guys trying to get to shore.
Okay.
Oh dear.
So I need everybody. I'm sorry to do this, but I need everybody to pick something in their inventory that has just fallen out of your sack as you are desperately trying to keep these boats from tipping over, and your pouches have gone loose in the fight, and something has slipped out.
Oh no, all my rations.
So I need everybody to pick something in your inventory and tell me what it is.
All right.
Torches.
At Gear has lost his rations.
Okay?
I lost a leer.
You mean a liar?
Yeah, that too.
No, I'm right
Oh,
here.
that sucks.
It's not.
That's a nice instrument.
Yeah, it's like a harp.
Yeah, you guys are all kind of shifting, and you kind of right yourselves, and you're like, oh shit, I dropped my. And you notice that everybody has pretty much dropped something. Olivia lost her.
Sense of pride.
No, she lost her
Pride.
forgery kit.
Oh shit.
So you guys need to take these items and delete them from your inventory.
Done.
And I don't know how to do that. Can someone tell me how to do that? I guess you just erase it.
Yeah. So if you
You
go
go
to
lock
your
to the bottom. You can click on that.
You can click the lock icon at the lower
then you can-
right.
Yep.
And then there's the trash can to the right of each item.
Ah, I see. Boom. Sorry, Olivia, you lost your forgery kit.
how will we forge
I'm
things now?
gonna use my rope.
Okay. And what'd you lose?
Torches.
Your torches. They go. Those little sticks go sinking to the bottom of the. It's probably 2.5 feet of muck. Gone. However, you do manage to somehow get these boats to shore. You're super whipped. Some of you are hurt pretty bad. You're dirty, you're stinky. The mosquitoes are just as inviting as they were before on this side. But you find the land under your feet as you drag the boats to shore. You look out and you see the slowly rotating, floating body of the giant crocodiles start to get ripped apart by something in the water. You just see splashes and bits of flesh fly around. But you made it. You're on the shore. You have the water is up to your knees. It's very muddy underneath. But you look towards the land and you see a jungle-like swamp set of canopy trees that become ever more numerous the further inland you get. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Cool.
All right.
Well, good work, boys.
Woo!
Good session, everybody.
Yeah, that was a. I think that was a pleasant departure, despite the environment from the the state of the sessions in the past. Ugh. Alrighty, well, today's the 14th. The next session is scheduled for the 28th. It's in 2 weeks. Good job, guys. That was a lot of fun to plan. I'm not gonna lie to you, with the people missing today, I kind of am glad that this bit of the session got as prolonged as it did. Because the person you're going to see is really, really cool. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but she's really awesome. I really can't wait for you to meet this character. And I'm glad that next week, hopefully, everybody will be here.
I will try. That will be.
Okay.
I'm working that day, but I will try.
No worries, no worries. As I said, I post the audio a few days to a week after the session. If you miss anything, Noah and Rish, I'm sure they'll listen and catch up. Plus I've been trying to get these images done, but I've been very busy at work, and I get pretty tired when I get home. So anyway, thank you all for showing up today.
Sure.
Thank you for running. This is great.
Yeah.
I had a great time, and we'll see you on the 28th.
All right.
All righty.